use disorder including prescription of pain medications. We should be very careful about it because most of the times the pain relieving medicine becomes a easy accessible substance to get into the addiction mode. Then sedatives, hypnotic and anxiety medicines can also cause, with misuse of these chemicals can become addictive. And then we have hallucinogen use disorders, then inhalant use disorders. This is very rarely, I don't know, people may not be very much aware of it, but if you see that most of the times the teenagers or the children who are in their pre-teens very easily get into this habit, particularly if you see the street urchins. If you go to Basco homes and all, you find a lot of younger children inhaling petrol, diesel and things like that. It starts like that, then it becomes an addiction because it is an easy access to that. Okay. Then we have gambling disorder, which is definitely, which is not like a substance disorder, addiction disorder, but it comes under behavior addiction disorder because the related behavior to that, it is not substance induced, but the behavior related to that particular activity makes us addictive to that. And of course, digital addiction also falls under that. Next slide, please. Again, causes: biological, social, physiological. Being doctors and psychotherapists, we all know this. For every problem, every mental disorder, there is always three categories of causes: biological, physical and social. Next slide explains that. The biological factors are genetically predisposed or changed brain chemistry. That comes under biological. Then we have behavioral factors, where is habit forming activities which can act like reinforcers. Habits are like, we say what habit seldom dies. Sometimes we may go away from our life seeing, but we take away the habits also with us. There is no threshold where, or there is no point where we can detach ourselves from the habits. So we should be very careful what kind of habits we develop. Then we have lack of judgment and insight. So there is no introspection, there is no judgment, there is no insight. So we become addictive. Then impulsivity and lack of self-control. This is one kind of behavior where impulsive people are people who act first and think later. But when you are consuming any substance which becomes addictive, which starts playing with your mindset and insight and awareness, the second part, that act and think, the thinking capacity is lost, so we only act. So the impulsivity and lack of self-control comes under behavioral factors contributing to the addiction. Then we have social factors, environmental challenges like life changes, lack of support system, accessibility, and of course cultural acceptance. Few cultures, few communities have kind of open acceptance. Their threshold for acceptance is much more than little conservative communities. And also early exposure. Suppose a family member, elder, and a primary caregiver is into addiction, he is a regular drug or alcohol addict person, then the child growing up looking at him will always assume that it is okay, it is acceptable. When he does that or she does that, I can also do that. That is the mindset that children develop. Then we have need for social acceptance and misleading social perception, which is a bothering thing these days because of the social media influence and the concept of being modern society or broad-minded or trying to become westernized culture people. Our teenagers are slowly shifting from this, having other activities for socialization as the pub activity. I'm sorry, I'm not biased or I'm not kind of overgeneralizing, but that is the way it is happening. There is a shift of teenage socializing habits or activities from other activities to drinking habits or substance abuse. Then we have developmental factors. Adolescents, the teenagers are very, very vulnerable due to a lot of hormonal and biological changes, physical changes happening within themselves. So that becomes a very vulnerable point and a risk factor stage. Then we have other vulnerable stages of life, like if an employed person becomes unemployed, then the transit period can be very vulnerable. The social or economical condition of a person, if shifts from stability to challenging, then also there is a vulnerable risk. That's a vulnerable point. Then we have challenging transitional stages of life. Usually most of the times when we lose control of the family or the situation, we have some kind of a power struggle. We have to hand over our roles to someone else. So that is a kind of identity crisis. So wherever there is an identity crisis, there are chances we may get into this habit as a diversion or a distraction. Instead of addressing that or accepting that, we start adapting ourselves to these new habits, thinking that we will be better off, we will be settled better, or we can deal with the situations, change the situation in a better way, which is actually faulty thinking method. Then we have psychological factors, again mental health conditions and personality traits and emotional management traits, like what are our emotional regulation skills, how do I manage my moods, mood swings or depression, anxieties, any other comorbid mental well-being situations, how do I handle this, have I got any good supporting system internally as well as externally. All that decides whether I have the probability of getting into addiction or not. Then of course, as I said, maladaptive coping up mechanisms, wherein for all my challenges in life, instead of going to the root cause and addressing that, I may start looking at other maladaptive options like drinking, substance use or smoking, gambling or digital addiction as an act of diversion. It is just turning my head that side with some other activity and telling that this challenge doesn't exist. So this becomes a maladaptive option. So there are stages of addiction. One is the initial exposure, wherein we just get to know that this is available and this can be consumable. So initially, and we given an experimental basis, an individual may try it out. Then we have frequent exposure. Suppose we have the same set of social circle, where every conversation, every social gathering starts with a mug of alcohol or something, then that becomes frequent exposure. So there is the initial threshold. The first step is already we have crossed that. The initial exposure step we have crossed, and we have got into frequent exposure, where we'll have less control on our own needs and wishes. Then we have dependency, the third stage, wherein which started as a social activity, then I need to have some substance or a drug or some other activity or gambling, smoking, whenever I am in that situation or environment, because that becomes my concept of having fun or social life. Then the fourth stage is addiction, wherein this is very tricky here. First it starts with a group of people or a situation or environment. Later on, when we reach the addiction stage, we don't need all that. We can be just isolated and we can just depend on that. They become our company. The whole thing starts as a activity to fit into the company first. Later on, without the company also, we continue having that activity. Then of course, recurrences. So let us assume thus that an addict goes through all these stages, but there is some realization or some intervention, and then he or she tries to give it up and makes up her mind or his mind to give it up. But the chances of recurrence are very, very significant in some individuals. So they need a lot of monitoring, follow-up till they become very stable, so that even when they are exposed to those environments or habits or activities, they will say a big no to themselves. That's very important. This is very tricky and very important step in addressing addiction. Then we have treatment approaches. One is of course detoxification, where medical intervention is required under a medical practitioner. It can be as an outpatient treatment, where it can be managed with the family support or as well as the medical support, or if it is beyond that outpatient status, then they are taken it as inpatient, where we come across de-addiction centers where the patient has to stay there 24/7 till they overcome this habit. Then BT, the behavior therapy, which is nothing but psychotherapy. This is very interesting, me being a psychotherapist. So we follow this CBT as I explained it yesterday, cognitive behavior therapy, where we identify the triggers, because in the contributors, as we explained, the psychological and the social concept about life forms the solid, rigid and also very important triggers in many of these addictions. So we will under CBT, first we make the client develop the rapport, create a safe environment for them, because unless they feel safe and they are very much assured that whatever I share here is not kind of shared with anybody, it is confidentiality is maintained, and the therapist is not judging me. She is only addressing the habit, what I am suffering because of. That is taken care of. All these are now, once the client gets very confident about that, they start sharing their triggers. What exactly is the thought behind that habit, or what are the things, feelings which made them get into that as the first step, the addiction as the coping up mechanism. So after that, we challenge the thoughts and the feelings. We make the clients realize, is it your assumption, perception, or a reality? Because many a time feelings are very real, it is the same, but thoughts may not be real. It is just very subjective and perceptive. So then we have development, client-centered motivational and insight developmental interactions, wherein we have a series of sessions to give insight to the parents' behavior, patient's behavior, the negative thought process, and the way they have chosen the coping up mechanisms, and what are the consequences, and people who are affected, the impact of their behavior on others, what is the negative impact, and what are the other alternatives. So all this knowledge sharing, which helps in developing insight and awareness, we create. And support groups. This is very, very important in case of addiction, because alcohol support groups and so many other support groups play a very important role, because as I said, addiction starts usually in the form, in the presence of a group of company where it is normalized, it is accepted like is one of the usual activities. So the support group should be very, very important, wherein people who are affected by this addiction sit together and explain their suffering, trauma, socially, physically, mentally, and financially, and how they could successfully come out of this. Because many a time an addict thinks it's beyond my control. So when they are in the support group, it gives them a feeling and a confidence that yes, it can be addressed, it is still under my control. It helps a lot. Then we have holistic approach, of course, taking care of mind and body simultaneously, diet, lifestyle, exercise, and having a proper time management skills, social interactions, and assertive skills. Assertive skills also plays a very important role in stopping or addressing addiction. Next slide, please. Now coming to digital addiction challenges, which is quite a big tough task, because on one hand we tell children refer to this, if you and schools are giving assignments asking them to use laptop and phones, and at home we say tell them not to use that. It becomes highly kind of a controversial situation. So we do need technology because we are getting into a digital world. So the only thing is, we are not asking people, or we are not encouraging people not to use technology, but how much to use. The healthy balance between our life and the usage of technology is the keynote here. So we can't completely avoid them, but we definitely need to learn to have a healthy balance between technology and lifestyle to ensure quality of life. That's what we do with digital addiction. So strategies, in our sessions the focus will be more on this. Also from the government side also, we create a lot of strategies to create awareness, because wherever most of our issues, challenges in life are because of lack of awareness, lack of knowledge, lack of understanding about the consequences. So once we sensitize the society, or we educate the society and the families, it becomes very easy for us to handle it and address the addictions. So the strategies are awareness and education about risks involved, setting boundaries for digital and screen usage per day. So now I just want to take it little elaborately. We want to find out, the best thing is to start with ourselves first. As a mother, as a teacher, as a therapist, what is my dependency on mobile usage or laptop usage, other than when it is required for my professional work, right? We all have different roles to play. I don't need my WhatsApp in the kitchen. I don't need my mobile in the toilet. Sorry to say that I have seen people, the moment they get out of their bed, grab the mobile and enter their loose. So that has become a kind of lifestyle. It's becoming a part of our body of late. Can you ever see a hand without a mobile these days? We will miss bangles and watches, the ladies, and the men may not wear watches, but they need to have that grip on their mobiles. That is becoming the present day lifestyle. So before I preach, before I counsel, what is my addiction level to these gadgets in the name of technology, or these are the tools I need or base which is required for my professional work or my personal work. Because when I sit with my client, the conviction with which I teach them, you can have a quality life without this, it can't be just said through words, because whatever you say, it has three dimensions. One is the way you tell it, and the way you make them understand, yes, I'm practicing what I'm doing, and also I'm telling you because I know this should be done and it's for your good, has lot of differences. So we need to practice all this, and particularly the young parents, they need to just practice this, because most of the times children learn by seeing, not by hearing or listening. First they absorb the role model's behavior through their eyes, then through their ears and mouth. So that being the thing, we should be very, very careful what kind of environment we are providing for our youngsters. So setting boundaries. So let us start with, can we just, if at all you have a notebook or something, take a quick self-check. How approximately, next slide I will show you how to do it in a very specific way. Approximately how many hours in a day you are all glued to your mobile? Just one introspection. Yeah, you have an app for that actually. Suppose you don't have an app.
And then they give you a flag for using it lesser last week. Oh, yeah, these many hours lesser than the last week.
And the beauty of that app is, when I ask children, do this exercise, or when they are glued to the mobile, I said, what are you doing? You have promised you are not going to do that. They said, I was checking that app. So let us just that minimum only half an hour among this audience who can confidently say, other than my professional needs, in a day, only half an hour I make use of social media or anything, either on the mobile or the laptop. Can you raise your hands, please? Once? How many hours? Only once. But how many minutes? Once can be 1 hour, 3 hours, 2 hours, 10 minutes. Wow.
Only WhatsApp. I'm not having Facebook, I'm not having Instagram, I'm not having anything.
Yeah, only. Excellent. Very nice. May I know your name, ma'am? Bhuvaneshwari from? Kottayam. So Kerala, the nature must be doing that for you, right? That's beautiful, very nice, very heartening to know that. Because people make us feel that, no, how can you even think of it, right? Sometimes when you don't have a gadget, you feel guilty, you feel inferior compared to your peer group. That is the stage we are actually dwelling into. So wonderful, thank you so much. Okay, who are using for 1 hour? Lovely. 2, 3 hands. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, excellent. Minimum 3 hours. Okay, now we will come to this point. Very interesting. See, if you divide a day into 3 areas, okay, 8 hours of sleep or what, resting is what we say the body requires, body and mind requires. 8 hours of activity, active lifestyle, and 8 hours of personal work, where I take care of myself, my family, all that. 8 hours of professional or whatever, the commitments or the responsibilities. So we can't give the 3 hours of our sleep. We should not. Ideally, we should not. So sleeping, relaxing, and taking care of my relaxing of body, mind is for 8 hours. Professional time, 8 hours. So definitely nobody will like your in hospitals or the patients when they walk in, if they see you engaged in the mobile, it's not good. And you're also very conscious, you will not make use of the time. The personal time 8 hours. So if you are giving 3 hours other than your personal life to technology or digital time, screen time means either you are compromising on your resting time where you need to rest and relax your body and mind, or you are compromising on your personal activities, which is very much required for a healthy balanced life, quality of life. Right? Don't you agree with me?
No, but then, all the like, it's never that you are doing it only for professional or only for personal purposes. Like, even if like, I open the access to a mobile to do some leisure activities, I would end up seeing my emails because if I'm always not prepared, then end up seeing some WhatsApp updates which I am responsible. So it's never,
So it is kind of carrying over of your professional component also.
education actually that way. So if it is for nothing and then you are doing something else because oh, this is also important, then you forget what you pick it up for. So that also happens.
Okay, this is a very tricky situation. How about getting organized there also? Can it be done or not is my question. I really want to know. Can we do it? Or, including me, are we using this as an excuse to justify why we are using the gadget? Is there a way to do it? Let us brainstorm. If at all it is taking away 3 hours other than my professional need of a gadget, 3 additional hours I have to give it, then as you said, as I also end up doing, checking my professional mails, sometimes when I'm just going through some casual WhatsApp, then if 1 hour gets into that or something like that. Is there a way to demark that? Can we do that? It can be done. So whatever 8 hours of profession, like how you physically draw a line from the office life or the hospital or clinic life to your personal life, family life. So make even for mobile those kind of boundaries. It sounds little difficult, but it is doable. So we can just start that practice, okay? And then we have periodic, sorry for the spelling mistake there, typo, periodic digital detox and digital sabbatical. It needs to be done. We all go for holiday, isn't it? All of us have a vacation time in our life. It has become a kind of lifestyle, and which is good. Can we ever think of not having a gadget when we are having holiday? Sorry? Digital. Okay, so we can start that because as adults, as elders, when we do that, this is what we are teaching our children also. When you say you are taking a break, it is a break from everything, which is other than your body and mind. You are going to be in sync with yourself. You are going to be with yourself. This is the message, because during COVID time, we saw 2 extremes. I had a lot of cases where people wanted to get away from each other, divorces. And there was also cases where people realized the value of family and they felt bad that they missed so many good times, moments in their past life till COVID happened. Okay, so these are life's lessons. So how do we do with that? How do we deal with that? At least even when you go to vacation, you can have, I think there is an app where it tells you after half an hour the screen time, the screen gets down, something like that. I'm not. Okay. So you can just have all that and make it a point not to use your gadgets in front of children, at least when you are on a holiday. So the very concept of teaching what is holiday is lost if you are always glued to your gadgets, even when you are on holiday, and particularly in front of children who are just trying to mimic your behavior or model you. Okay, just keep it in mind, that's it. And this is what we tell our patients. Then digital free zones and digital free times at home, very, very important. Digital free zones, like there is no photography, and smoking zone, non-smoking zone, like that. Dining table should be a gadget-free zone. Never take your mobile. We ask the patients or the clients, particularly who are addicted. But see, it all starts with this. Somewhere though we are talking about addiction and addict on the platform as though we are out of it. No, we are also somewhere addicted to this. Only thing is, it has not reached the alarm stages where intervention is not required still. Intense intervention is not required, but personal awareness is very much required. So, do we have eating habits or talking with family members without having mobile next to us? As simple as that. When I am in the living room, evening, having a snack or a coffee, can all of us keep our mobiles away from us? Right? And dining table, definitely no. And to practice that, first and foremost, we need to start having food on the dining table. Make that as a habit. That's very, very important. See, golden practices of having all these things in its fixed place, fixed activity had its own beautiful concepts and effect, positive impact on our lives, the discipline of personal life. So it matters a lot. Yes, please.
We say, not having digital devices on dining table. So we talk about the olden times, not very old, but the recent old times. So we used to watch a family serial or something together during dining. That was also, like I would say, about 80s, 90s when the Doordarshan was evolving and all. So we used to sit together and watch a serial and have a food. So if we say that no devices, but would that also translate to probably using the gadget to cast something on the TV and watching it together during food? So is that...
Actually, that also comes in the way of, our mindful activity, what we are talking about, mindfulness. Mindfulness is not just when you are with a person, when mindful eating, mindful walking. There is an exercise in mindful activity initiation where we are supposed to close our eyes, bare feet, walk on the lawn, so that you will know the muscle tension in your calf muscle, feet, finger, toes, everything. So everything should be mindful. That is only when we have holistic calming or soothing of our body and grounding of our body. So even that is not an advisable thing. Either before or else you make that TV time. It could have been nice if you could have made, such families made TV watching as an incentive to have lunch or dinner together. If you all eat together, we will watch together. Something like that. Or if you eat with us, suppose I don't want to watch TV, but my son or daughter is very much addicted to a particular game or a show, then you come and sit with us, parents, grandparents, eat, and then I'll allow you to watch that serial. It can be used as a reinforcer. Yes, please.
Ma'am, majority of kids today are addicted to watching mobile while having their food. They cannot have food without mobiles in their hand. So how to get this habit?
See, this habit of showing something to change their resistance of not opening the mouth or not swallowing, it was there from the beginning. Even our grannies did that to us. But what they would show us, monkeys, dogs, nature, bird, and they would use the words, bow, kaka, something, so that was actually speech development, language development happened there. So there is the practice is okay, but what is the substance or the object we are referring to? So there is some learning happening along with eating also. That's okay. But again, we ask the patients or the clients or the people who come for coaching, life coaching, not to take the children to the road, because these days the pollution is so much, you are unnecessarily asking unwanted risks. So showing things and making children, diverting them, because one more thing is the psychology of children. Eating time is the only time they can have their mothers under their control. Well, that is the thing, everything has some psychology behind us, behind the activities we do, starting from childhood to the old age. Amma is always busy in the kitchen, she's always busy running behind father, papa, and she's always busy running behind the maid. Where will she give time to me? So when she comes to feed me, that is the time she will give me 100% of her attention. Then I will close my mouth, look here, look there. So her whole attention will be on the child to push the food inside the mouth. So the children are very smart that way. Whereas the child who is breastfed or feeding milk, that stage, it will not do all that. That is a need-based action. But because at that time the attention and all the psychology, asking for attention is not developed in the children. But as they grow old, where they have to share their mother attentions with so many other activities, they found out this. Oh, this is the time, I'll see to that the whole family gives their time to me. It is not only the mother, mother is fed up, then she goes and tells the father who is busy reading the newspaper or the TV, put it down and help me to feed your child. It becomes a family activity. So the child is very clever. We need to appreciate the child for that. Okay. Then prioritizing face-to-face interaction with friends and families. Yes, please.
Am I audible? Yeah. Ma'am, like, I stay alone.
Okay.
So I stay alone. It's not on. So what I see is like I use mobile for my work, everything. For professional or anything, I scroll down to Reels, Instagram. I'll see like most of the time I'm watching something. Then I realize I'm using lot of phone. Okay, so I'll just keep, it's like lot of screen time. I'll just keep the phone. And then after some time I realize, okay, I have to pay my bills. Again I open my mobile. Okay, then I'll pay my bills, everything. I'll recharge, whatever I'll postpaid bill, everything I'll do. I'll keep the mobile. Then I remember after some time, oh, I have to order something. Then I'll again open Zomato or Swiggy, okay. Then that is okay, that is also done. Then okay, I don't feel like cooking, let me order something. So for every need, when I see I'm not using mobile for using it, but I'm using it for like, my day-to-day activities, like it is part of me, like, even if I don't try, like being a doctor, I know, like screen time should not be like longer. But for every use, at the end of the day, I see mobile is in my hand. Like whatever need, like whether it's bank purpose, whether it's shopping, whether it's food, whether it's ordering groceries, everything. So it's
how do you
like,
do that?
it's very difficult.
Okay. When you have this insight, the war is already won halfway, right? Only thing is execution of what you know, right? So the thing is, whatever the profession I am into, how much educated or informed I am, the basic principle of human beings' lifestyle and conditioning is based on two aspects. One is wants, another one is a need. Okay? If I start applying this concept or theory in whatever activities I do, forget about not only mobiles, anything it can be. Gossiping with a friend, talking to someone, or talking in the early morning when I have to rush to my office, anything it can be, any activity. As long as I start having a kind of thinking behind that, the understanding of is my activity is a need based to enhance my quality of life, or it is a want to be engaged in my life. If I can make a difference, if I have this insight and awareness, life becomes very easy. Even I am trying to do that. Okay? So having said that, at the end of the day, we all do this. Wherever we start merging our needs with the wants, there will be a challenge. The basis of everything, addressing any challenge, is to find out, to go ahead with that or to continue doing that. Is it a need in my life or is it a want? And most of the times you will know that needs are only 20%, the wants are 80%, which is ruling our lives. And it is really a very tough, challenging, miserable life we are leading. Okay? For example, hoarding also, it is an offshoot of converting needs to wants. When wants becomes needs, we get into all these challenges.
But then coming back to, feeding the food with mobile versus without mobile, it's been a challenge. Now, my kids have kind of grown out of that age, but still, I would, I have preferred them having a mobile and having 3 chapatis versus not having a mobile and having only 1 chapati. Because I know that their appetite is because like I know the fasting time has been this much, so she should be eating around 2 to 3 chapatis. And so if there's no mobile, they don't want to eat. They would not even finish that 1 chapati. So I would say rather than, the giving them the distraction that would feed them well at least has been a kind of convenient preference, or what should I call it?
Okay.
But then at least they're having some healthy food. If you give them pizzas, they don't need a mobile.
True.
If you give them chapati and dal, then they would eat in good quantity if there is an aid to take the things in.
So at that time you can use mobile as a reinforcer rather than using it as a substitute to to have focus or not focusing on how much I am eating, okay. So how we can do is, what we do usually, because I deal with intellectually challenged children of all ages, teaching the parents, that's what the practical experience has come to me, for me to handle the children. If at all mother wants to make the child eat 2 chapatis, let us say, tear it into pieces, so that the quantity is not seen as 2 in the number, no, 1 chapati, 2 chapati. Make them into bits and pieces, and the child can't make out whether it is out of 1 piece. If the child is of that age, I'm saying, it all should be age appropriated manipulation, we call it as behavioral manipulation, okay, wherein it is a positive one, okay, as a reinforces for the betterment of the child. So what you can do is, you can just say that again mobile will be given for a learning activity, not for passing time or looking at cartoons or something like that. There should be a learning aspect in using the screen time also at that age. So then you will tell them, you keep the mobile there away from the child, you finish this, whatever the chapati bits is there on your plate, then you can go and play with that for 20 minutes or something. So definitely it can be practiced. Only thing is how you present to the child, what kind of creative ideas. Mothers are very creative, you don't ask me, you don't need any research in that. There will be, if there are some 20 mothers here, there will be 20 into 6, 120 ideas will be there, because the child-centric activities for a mother-child is the prime focus, attention, purpose of life. You, by hook or crook method, you will come up with creative ideas to see that the child gets the major maximum benefit. So what is the focus behind our activities also matters how well or how strong we become creatively. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Hello. So we are working mothers and too occupied with many things. Professionally, we have some work to do. Some bells ringing in our ears, this has to be done, this task has to be completed. And we come to home with the same thought in our mind. And children come from school, they just change their dress and say, you give me your mobile. This is what is happening, which I am facing. So at that time, I just tell them, just have complete your food, then it will be given to you for 10 minutes. At that point of time, I have again rushed to my office. So that is being adjusted. The similar thing at night, but it is taking me a lot of efforts, pain, because habits changing is not so easy.
Definitely not easy.
They are tiny, microscopic habits, atomic habits which you can tell.
Very true.
So it requires a lot of efforts, but it is doable.
So you have been successful.
To some extent.
Excellent.
To some
Keep up the
extent.
spirit. You will be very successful very shortly.
Because I know in long run, because as an adult,
Yes.
when we are victim to this addiction, till now, we know everything, the bad, the good, everything. Still, when we start seeing the status in WhatsApp, when we start seeing the reels in Facebook, Instagram, whatever, our hands will be scrolling continuously, without, effortlessly, I may say.
Very
So
true.
when we are doing for ourselves, how can we cannot expect for the kids? They are just seeing us, watching us, what we
That's
are
right.
doing.
See, whatever change I want in children or anybody, it should start from within, okay? That being the case, the second thing is, again, anything can be, particularly when it comes to addiction, habits and practices, firmness. It just matters, it depends on the firmness. Gentle but firm. That should be the formula when you deal with children addictions. Okay? Yes, please.
Ma'am, here I see in our generation, this is a problem of plenty. Problem of plenty. And one solution which I sometimes give to my patients is, if there are 4 mobiles in the home, decrease it to 1. There should be only 1 mobile. Maybe. This can be done. And
One shared by all the family members, you mean to say? I'm not getting it, sorry. Is it 4 per person? Because I have seen people having 3 mobiles. My own colleague has that. I don't know. So I don't know, I need to work it out really.
This is the range
Quite
which we are
possible, yeah.
speaking.
So you can come up with lot of ideas, as I said, as long as you are creative, as long as you are determined, as long as you are ready to give your time and energy, any habits of anybody, either mine or others in my family, can be changed. That is the bottom line, okay? Now, can we go to the next slide? Yeah, then, yeah, face to face, make it a habit to children, onto yourself, whomever, you make a list of people whom you have to nurture the relationship, where you have to extend love and affection, make it a point to prioritize their visit, physical visit, once a while, once in a week. You have to do this, because again, it is nurturing the social support system, emotional connectivity. It is very much required for all age groups, starting from children to old age. So again, we need to bring in that habit as adults. Then being mindful of what is viewed and what is done online. Coming to your question or the explanation, what am I doing? That's completely, we should be conscious. There's mindful of our activities every time. Once you start practicing mindfulness, it applies to all the areas of your life. It becomes very easy. Okay, next slide please. Digital addiction challenges. We use these three things, as I said: introspection, is it an avoidance or a diversion strategy whenever there is a challenge? I need to find out. That is the reason why I am compelled to do that. The second is time management skills, wherein we identify the time drainers. We usually do this with our clients. We ask them to divide the day into 4 zones: morning, afternoon, and evening and night, and how many hours we are given, because everybody gives different time area, range for that. And then in that, what is the time of gadget or screen time? We ask them to make a note of that, and in that, which can be avoided. There are certain things where technology can't be avoided, as I said, which is essential for that particular zone activity, but which can be definitely avoided. If you start making a journal of this, every day noting for 21 days you do this, then we will automatically be able to manage our habits, online habits, okay? Then we have replacing with creative hobbies or healthy activities, wherein, because as I said in the beginning, addiction starts with the science of, the concept of science, wherein it surges the dopamine level in our mind. So any other alternative activity which can give us the same kind of feel-good hormone in our minds can definitely be used as an alternative receptor. That's what we do in de-addiction centers and things like that, wherein we understand, we make the clients, and we understand that there are healthier activities which will give us the same effect and experience compared to the digital, and it has no adverse effects. So in the nutshell, addiction needs, first we need to identify the personality traits and the underlying triggers, and make therapeutic sessions with the parents to clients to understand, can these triggers can be avoided, and if can't be avoided, how do you manage that with time and energy, giving proper time and energy allotted, accommodative, or whatever can be accommodated for that, the time and the energy for that. And then social support system, family support system is very, very important in addressing the addiction. It can't be just done with the medication alone or with therapeutic sessions. That's it. Any questions? Yes, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a nice and enlightening session. So, ma'am, I have a question, because I belong to Kolkata, so my entire family and relatives are staying over there. So what I am feeling, that my nephews and niece, my brothers and their spouses are working. So what they are facing, that they are really lacking of time, and nowadays both of the parents are working, and they are not left with any other option rather than engaging their children with a device. When I saw it for the first time, when I saw my nephew, like he is 6 or 7 months old, but he is not interested in watching or doing anything except, seeing the gadgets. Even he is watching a cartoon not in the TV but in the phone, gadget itself. And when I was asking about this to my sister or brother, like why you're like engaging your kids with such a device, they're telling that we don't have time. So you do one thing, keep my child with you and take care of them. So ma'am, this is a very serious problem which I have faced, I'm seeing, and they're like at the age of 2, they're so much addicted with the device, and the one, I don't know whether do we call it an excuse or what, because practically both of the parents are working. So that is there, but for them this is an explanation or excuse, I don't know, but they're saying that they have to take care of the home, their kids, and device has become one of the gadget, in place of the toys, we are giving mobile phones in their hands. So ma'am, I really just want to know, because I read a book about written by James Clear, Atomic Habits, Rosen, I'm just told. The author has very nicely described there how we get rid of this problem. We know that we have to, reduce our screen time, this and that, we know. We have that clarity that we're overusing our laptops, phones. But ma'am, I just need to know how to do it.
Definitely that couple needs counseling. I'm sorry to say that, okay? Because many a time, every child problem is a reflection of parenting or the environment. Even in the adulthood, when an adult comes for counseling, we go back to their childhood, because childhood is the foundation, okay? And during childhood, these are all learned acquired behavior. At the end of the day, addiction is nothing but adapting skills, okay? So it is an acquired skill. So how do I acquire any skill? Either by imitating or by taught or allowed to do something, exploring and experiencing. So here definitely parents need to be counseled, and maybe they need to be made aware of in their own home environment. And you say the child is just 6 to 7 months. It doesn't even know the difference between a toy and a mobile. The mobile is just a toy for that. And you have the advantage of that age to now to reinforce good habits and take away these bad practices. So you can just do a small check of the environment, their house, what are the things which can be used as toys or learning materials, and as play therapy, for playing and creative playing and all that, and come up with those things. So for that, parents need to be first aware of this, and they should be kind of open to suggestions and training. It can be definitely done, but definitely it is a call for addressing that very important now. Yes, please.
I just add a comment here. We say parents are working today. My parents were working. Both my parents were working. So, and there were no mobiles those days. So we were also brought up. I'm sure my mother didn't have it easy, but then we were also brought up with some time. I mean, you have to be creative.
Exactly.
You're very right that somewhere the parents have found an easy way out, give the mobile. Whereas my mother tells us that she used to give us chaniya,
exactly.
The plastic tea strainers which were in different colors. She used to give us all the utensils and tea strainers, and I remember as a small child, playing with clothes. You may say that you're involving the child in household activity, or I don't know whether the child is helping you or not, but the child is creative enough. So I think there were no mobiles, so the parents are more creative. Now the parents have also lost their creativity because they're also busy.
Very true. And since you brought in this, activities, I want to tell you that you all must have heard of occupational therapy, sensory integration and all. Kitchen is the best and the easiest area for sensory integration. We take our children to sensory integration sessions paying 1,000 minimum per 1 hour session in a closed environment. We don't even know what the therapist is doing there. Sorry there. I'm little biased when it comes to that kind of environments. But the thing is, children who are allowed to interact or play or be in the kitchen area during their developmental early stages have beautiful sensory integration compared to the children who are kept away from all this, okay? So make the children get into the kitchen when mother is busy cooking or something. Let them drop something, let them play with the water, let the kitchen become little messy, it doesn't matter. Isn't it? At the end of the day, my child is learning something out of it. So another thumb rule for mothers to understand is, whatever activities I make my children do or play, what is the takeaway from my child from that? If I start keeping that in mind every time I allow my child to play or do something, the job is done, taken care of. That's all. Very simple logic. Okay, I'll allow my child to do that, but what will he or she learn out of it? Will it add to her growing up stages values, or it is going to make her or him lose certain skills? It can be communication skills, it can be social skills, it can be anything, right? So what am I providing? Every time I don't need to be a trainer, after all I'm a mother, I'm a human being, but only thing is being aware of the fact that every activity I encourage or allow my child to do, there should be some learning aspect or some relaxation aspect, and it should not become an addiction. For example, as I said, allowing the children, we talk about concepts. We have schools in Bangalore where they say, you put your children to UKG, LKG, we'll make them IITians. So they think it is like factory where they churn out intelligent children. Nothing like that. The only thing is what you have to do is, instead of putting the children to such places, allow your children to join hands in your household chores. Life skills training happens there. Sensory integration happens there. They become self-reliant. 20 years down the line, we won't be having helpers, maids in the house. Then imagine our children managing the house. The way they are keeping their wardrobes, you'll get shivers, right? So the thing is, example for this is first and touch, mouthing, it starts from there, sensory integration starts from there. Then vestibular movement. So allow the kitchen and other areas for children. When the children are growing, you know that they won't be having control on their muscles. They may drop things, it may break. Then don't keep. The best remedy for that is not to keep expensive crystal wares in your kitchen, that's it. But if you say that, no, I want to show off what I have at the cost of making my child addicted to the mobile, then the choice is yours. So that's it. Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Just a few minutes before you told about this 21-day thing, and we have been seeing everywhere in the streets also that 21-day challenge, leave alcohol, leave tobacco and all of this thing. So what is behind this 21 days? Why this period has been selected that 21 days is enough for your habit formation or de-addiction? Why it is that?
See, anything to become a habit, neuropaths, I think our Dr. Jesse will be the right person to talk about that neurology part, but what we have been told or informed in psychotherapy is, in any other life coach training also, for anything to become a habit, it needs to be done repeatedly every day. And if you do it 21 days at a stretch, then it becomes a habit. So again, how it becomes a habit, I think, again, I will go to Dr. Jesse.
There is scientific
It is scientific, actually. See, actually, in olden days also, there is a relation in one of the articles, I have forgotten the name, where it says, even the medication, this psychotic medication, the effect is seen cyclic period or something, they say 14 days, 21 days, 48 days, something like that. There is fixed numbers to see the effects. That's what I have read in one of the articles. But whatever it is coming to habits, it says 21 days whatever you do religiously, ritualistically, at the same time, again, not haphazardly doing. So the mind starts, the brain start developing neuropaths to accommodate that, and it becomes little consolidated in that activity there. So it becomes your habit.
And ma'am, when following this religious thing, because I had worked sometime in Northeast on de-addiction, in that place I saw that once you get a person into these de-addiction centers, this substance abuse, I'm not talking of anything else, heroin is there, the main thing, then there is alcohol. The patient gets there for months, he's staying for 3 months, 4 months, they're doing all these behavioral therapies, they're doing all these religious maneuvers, because there are huge churches in those de-addiction centers. So once they come back, they're saying that alcohol, it is okay, they're not going back much into alcohol, but when it comes to heroin, it is quite easily the person becomes once again addicted to that thing. Is there anything specific related to that substance which is being abused or anything like that?
So again, the recurrence depends on so many things. So how firm is the environment, the monitoring environment, that matters a lot. All said and done, when you are in an de-addiction center, you are in an artificial environment rather than your usual environment, like family or your home, right? Okay. So there are strict monitoring, there are people who are not your family members, there are strict rules, and everything is kind of monitored there. Whereas when you come back to you reach the comfort zone, there is a usual tendency, because starting from the way we sit or the way we are conducting ourselves in this platform and the way we go when we go to a room or when we go back to our hometowns, the behavior changes. That comfort zone makes us change our behavior. That's one thing. The second thing is, the moment they come to de-addiction center, they would have habits are formed when the person still has some insight development and awareness. When they come to the de-addiction center stage, they have already crossed all those things. It is quite a tough job. So you have to have medical intervention there, then you have to have so many other behavioral modification, then you will bring them back to the habit formation as one of the strategies. Whereas in the initial stages, when they come for counseling and the triggers are found out, we can start habit formation practices from the very starting point, and it won't be that challenging. And again, I think with the substance, the effect on the brain is, the variant is there, so it influences different brain centers and maybe in a different way. That's all the knowledge I have about the effect of chemicals of different substances in addiction on the brain cells.
What is seen that once the only way to de-addict a person out there is get the person broke,
Get the person?
financially broke. That is the only way. Once they don't break down in that manner, the de-addiction becomes very difficult in those regions, especially where it is easily available in every nook and
Yeah, I
corner.
have seen that in Divyashree Center in Bangalore, where they don't allow them to have any access to money. But once they are back, and again you control their finances, what are the chances that they can get into conduct disorder of stealing and robbing? That risk is always there. So when I introduce any intervention, I should look at what are the other risk factors, involved in that particular intervention. Yes? That's it. I think 9:20, Dr. Harnil.
Madam,
Yeah. One last question.
yes. Madam, I am coming from Kerala. So we are seeing ours is-
Bhuvaneshwari, Dr.
yeah,
Bhuvaneshwari.
ours is mental health institute.
Okay.
So we get lot of substance abuse cases. So we have already done one project on it also. And now we are having another project on opium and cannabis. So my question is, what is the scope of this psychotherapy in that? So whether it is really effective in substance abuse? That is my first question. So next one, in related to the previous question also, we are getting more number of cases nowadays for the cannabis and opium. The setup of life in Kerala is like only the children are brought up by only one parent. So there will be, the another person will be somewhere in the Gulf or somewhere. So there will be no sufficient, it's like nuclear family like. So only either my father will be there, and most of the houses only father. Mother is not available. Mother will be working like staff nurse in Gulf and somewhere else. So it we find very difficult to give how to come out of that habit. So please throw a little
Yeah,
light on what is the information we have to give to the key informant, because withdrawal we are managing somehow, but dependence we are not able to hold the case for long time. So because after, as he said, substance abuse, alcohol, it's fine, but for cannabis and opium, it is easily available, and I have seen many cases of 16 years and 17 years coming from Kasaragod side, that side. So they are getting very easily addicted to that. We are not able to help them in any way. Can you please throw
So
some light on it?
definitely psychotherapy plays a major role in any kind of mental well-being challenges. It's proven beyond doubt. For example, any doctors will say only orthopedic surgeon can set right the fractures. I think without physiotherapy, do we go by that statement anymore? No. We also know that any surgeries should be supplemented with physiotherapy. Similarly, for any mental disorder thing, psychotherapy is mandatory part. It's an integrated approach. Okay. Having said that, we are talking about teenagers there, that they are in the vulnerable stage of development of their life. So they need to be watched from the pre-teen age. Usually what we do in our system, when we see the crisis, we try to address it. But teenage issues are not like that. So there should be preemptive methods like wherein early teenage, pre-teens only we need to start monitoring their peer group, their habits and the role models they have. So as a society, as a family, as a group of neighborhood people, we need to address this. It can definitely be not effective if only a doctor or 1 or 2 psychotherapy session happens, because we need social support system to address this. It is becoming more of a social as like a challenge rather than an individual challenge in a case like what you just now explained. So there should be societal awareness, education, monitoring, pre-teen monitoring, and then also good family or social support system. This is the method which will definitely work. Okay, but definitely follow-up sessions, psychotherapy is very, very important to sustain the good habits. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Usha ma'am. It's been a very nice session, and of course, I think we could have gone on and on with it. There's so many aspects to this particular topic that we can discuss. We can discuss this endlessly. However, we have to proceed to the next session, which is again very interesting. And of course, this is, I think we had a few questions yesterday also on the topic, and we thought that those questions will be answered today in this session. So I would now request Dr. Madhuri Vadeswar to take over for adolescent mental health. Thank you. And also the feedback for the first session. And I would request all the delegates to not to, you didn't get the, right now we are going to post the link for the first session, just got over. But for the remaining sessions that for the session that we have already had, kindly fill your forms, don't keep them pending till the end, because I think the recall value is not that good then. So it's best that we finish with our feedbacks the moment the session ends, because that's the best way to give the feedback without mixing up with the other session. Thank you so much, and over to Dr. Madhuri Vadeswar, please. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Halim. Shall we take a quick stretch break? Do you all want to just stand up and just stretch? You've been sitting a while already. Chaliye karte hain. Let's just stand up, get some movement, and we're very vestibular pro. Yeah. So just a nice, you can actually do the, the swing that we tell kids. That movement your kids are always doing, and you're saying stop. Stop swinging. Just get into the swing, open up your arms and get into the swing. It's the beautiful, experience that you'll actually get. Let it go, don't control it. Yeah? And up and down once. I'll get you to sit down soon enough. And up and down by the side. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. That's definitely more energy listening to my session. So you can... Yeah. No. You see, when you get kids to actually say get away from a device, you get them to get up and do this, or you start doing it. It's so much fun. They'll do it with you. It's a good way to cut off, right? Okay. So, yeah. All right. So back to your seats. So that's also a little bit about feeling young again. Huh? So a good way to start yes, absolutely. But to also move like you're young again, right? To move with a lot of freedom. Anyway, so yes, so talking about adolescent mental health, something that's very significant. You can have the slides. Yeah. So we talk about, this is something that is extremely important to look at now. It's really, the kids who are adolescents today, or even when we look at younger children, they are the future. It's time we looked at, protecting the future. Can go ahead. So adolescence, when we look at it, it is the age of opportunity. The age between 10 to 19 years, where it's a very make or break for life. There is so much opportunity, there are so many things which can go right, but on the other hand, it is this age where if something goes wrong, it will have long-term impact. It is known that a lot of the adult situations like depression, anxiety, etc., start during adolescence. This is an established fact. And the more established or chronic this transitioning into an adult, so it is a time where they will challenge, parents. There is, as it is, there is quite a bit of challenge, changes, behavioral issues that they will go through, which does not go into the pathological level. But this is the time where if something does go wrong, it needs to be handled right away, and it needs to be handled very sensitively. So feeling, thoughts, decision making, and interaction with the world around them, everything changes. It's a very transitional phase. And definitely making sure that we are taking care of both physical and mental health at this, during this transition will impact long-term health outcomes. Next, please. So we have obviously a very huge adolescent population. The National Mental Health Survey of India, it has some very interesting statistics. Age group of 13 to 17 years, they have about 7.3% of mental disorders, that is excluding substance use disorders, right? And about half of all mental illnesses are known to begin by the age of 14. Right? So this is very interesting statistics, because we're not necessarily looking to do, are we focusing enough on prevention in this age group? Are we paying enough attention? Right? So this is something to be really noted. And definitely mental and substance use disorders have a chronic relapsing course, so best taken care of as early as possible. So an early intervention is extreme, sorting through the thoughts that the individual is going through, and saying what is the most, what is standing out most right now that needs to be addressed clinically, right? And in terms of support.
It becomes very difficult. When
Yes.
you're trying to put in a research study, the first thing is DSM category.
Yes.
By the time the person reaches DSM category, there's very little that we can
Yeah.
do to help that person. There's much more that we can do prior.
Correct. No, prevention, yes, absolutely prevention, and also the early signs, like I said.
It becomes a very difficult
Yes.
area to work upon.
Yeah.
Dr. Divya is basically talking for prodrome, we call it.
Yeah.
According to our homeopathic concept, we look at it as a prodrome. Exactly. Something is happening to the constitution before the breakdown happens.
Yeah. So this is a point we already covered. Next slide, please. Yes, okay. So when we look at the factors contributing to adolescent mental health issues, again, like we saw yesterday, in the process of transition, the puberty, the transitioning bodily and in a social role, one is the health outcomes that the health also that is changing. We see behaviors and states changing, and we see the external risk and protective factors which come from the society. So one is, when we look at protective factors, having family support, having good education, and having a good community, positive relationships can be very protective factors for the individual, right? When we look at, next slide, yeah. So what is vulnerability? We do have we have a certain adolescent population which tends to be more vulnerable. So one is children living in broken families and parental situations of abuse, addiction, and with mental health issues. Of course, the street children or the children in orphanages, and they are more exposed to drug use, physical, sexual abuse, and can end up potentially with criminal behavior and violence. And then we have children living with disability, who are again a very vulnerable population. Now, apart from these very obvious concepts of vulnerability, we look at what is vulnerability in terms of, so if material aspects are not met, that is, your basic food, clothing, shelter, that is one level of vulnerability, or healthcare and education, especially lack of education today. I think we're able to recognize that where there is education, it can be very protective. You're giving them. This is taken from Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory. He was a Russian-American psychologist who worked on this, saying mental health is not just a very internal concept, right? You're looking at the entire ecosystems. Next slide, please. So if you look at when we try to understand this, so when it comes to the individual level, the contributors to mental health could be puberty in girls, right, or even the entire puberty that the boys will go through. With the family, it could be abuse, conflict, emotional neglect. At school or workplace, it could be ragging, it could be academic or work pressure and failure. With the community, it could be inequality and cultural expectations. So when we look at how girls are treated in certain parts of our country or even in other countries, the expectations which are very different. So these can definitely affect how their mental health is. And also the opportunity that a community or society will allow for a certain youngster, like what is the level of education you're allowed, what is the age of marriage which is expected, right? So all these can affect. And of course when we talk about media, today we talk about social media, so the unrealistic standards, the pressure to be perfect, the pressure to be size 0, right? So these can definitely affect body image in a very significant way and lead to mental health issues. And then of course legislation, regulation, it is how strictly are protective legislations being implemented, right, to protect the youngster. Next. So when we let's look at a few aspects which we have not already covered. A lot of, I didn't want this session to overlap with the other concepts we've been talking about. Yesterday we spoke about anxiety, the next session is about depression, and then again we'll be covering suicide prevention. So I said let's talk about what is very specific to this age group. So one is the endocrine influences, right? So what teenagers go through is what we call gonadarch, which is in girls and in boys the maturation of the gonads. So in boys there's a testosterone which increases. So this tends to interestingly protect them from anxiety, going into anxiety, but on the other hand can bring up aggression and social behaviors. But in girls you have the estradiol that actually makes them prone to anxiety, because that is the nature of the hormonal change that happens. Then we have, of course, environmental factors, a few of which we covered, how all of these can have an effect. But I think a few things is changing. I actually want to come directly to the last 2 points here. One is the relationship stress, especially in today's, I would even go ahead and say today's India, when times have changed and children are getting into relationships very early on, and this can be a huge area of stress. So even if you're looking at very strong genetics, if you're looking at a very sort of good upbringing, or the value system, everything has been taken care of, even then this is a very vulnerable stage, right? And it is very very variable, I would say. And then we have the changing world versus cultural expectations. Today, what we expect of our children culturally, but what they are being exposed to digitally, there's such a vast gap. There is a very difficult phase to transition through. Right? And I think this is one thing we should recognize today, is that whether it's our children or our patients, that if you find something, a risk factor you seem to be, let's say a 14-year-old is talking to you about bullying, pay attention. Don't brush it aside, because that's something we tend to do. We also, I think, come from a belief system where we're saying, oh my God, this generation is so spoilt. They'll crib about everything. But if they are cribbing, listen. If there is an initial, report of bullying or of certain incidents, or they're saying I'm not able to deal with something, I think it's important to listen, right? And maybe immediately put them on to psychotherapy, put them on to a counselor, somebody they can build a rapport with, and that can make all the difference, right? So I think that intervention is extremely important. Next. Yeah. So again, stigma, I think today when we talk about urban populations, it is slightly better, because a lot of schools have in-house counselors whom children can approach. So it is slightly better, but overall in the larger population it is not. It has not changed. But I think we have to play, even as homeopaths, really play our role in changing the stigma and saying it is okay to go to a counselor, it is okay to go and get help. right? So I think that's extremely important. Next, yeah. So one of the things I also wanted to highlight here was the gender bias, right? So this again impacts girls and boys in different ways. We're not only talking about girls here. So one is girls, as we said, there could be limitations in employment, education, etc. But also the rigidity that we still have. Probably urban, the situation is better, but especially rural, we're talking about, certain restrictions on having relationships, or, making choices of partners, which can be extremely, which can drive them into depression, anxiety, and, as we know, high suicide rates. Right? But with boys, interestingly, it is this whole concept even more of, that you have to be masculine, you cannot express emotions, or, why are you crying like a girl, which still exists. However much things have changed, I think that basic thought process has not changed for us, because sometimes maybe even we react in a certain way, even as professionals, even, trying to be very aware and, trying to make, to understand also, I think we will also still react, right? So that's something to definitely, watch out for in adolescents. Next, please. And of course, when we look at the child marriage, early marriage and forced marriage issue, which we still very much face in our country, the urban statistics look better now, but rural areas, there's about 9.2% of teenage pregnancies. But this could be post-marriage, it could be related to, early child marriage or very early marriages. And definitely this can affect the mental health, and this is known today, right? Because the vulnerability, they come directly into the vulnerable population. Next. So one thing, again, I think I wanted to talk about what we have not maybe seen very commonly, because there's so much overlap. So today we talk about Soji-esque, it's called. I was actually researching this entire topic for my talk, and then I came across this because we also tend to still say LGBTQ. We don't use the larger terms. So one is, this is the umbrella term for all people, where we're talking about sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and sexual character. If this goes against the social norm, this youngster is making a choice against a social norm, then it becomes, it is definitely a huge issue today in the kind of changing urban setup, in the kind of changing India that we have today. This is something that has really come to the forefront, right? This is the most attention I've seen on a slide since I started. So it's a topic that everybody's like, oh my God, yes, we needed to talk about this. Yeah, we do need to talk about it. Yeah. So, next. Yeah. So what can happen is that, one, I actually want to take the last point first, saying as doctors, as healthcare providers, if we are the ones who actually end up labeling them that there's something wrong, there's something pathological, then that's where really the problem will start, right? And when we look at even the data, where it's from the WHO, that this is a subgroup very vulnerable. They will express a loss of freedom, rejection, stigmatization, and violence, right? That is very distressing and lead to suicidal behavior, right? So this is very interesting, and again the statistics on this are very high. I want to discuss this a little further on. I'll just move to next. Yeah. So the other, of course, thing that we've also been talking about is social media. It's been very scary experience, I think, for us personally and professionally, what we're seeing, right? We saw the whole blue whale game, what it did. So I think it's a worrying time for sure. So just to understand what's happening is, it's not just that devices are addictive and that's the problem. It's one is what are they accessing? Like, you can have somebody sitting a few countries away or a few doors away and actually targeting this youngster, right? It can lead to bullying. It can lead to, them basically influencing the thought of this individual. And the fact that because of screen time, physical exercise, physical activities and everything else that is very typical of teenage, which could also be hobbies, etc., are coming down. The opportunity for that is coming down, and that is really the problem. I would say when we look at device addiction, it is not just that they're addicted to device. The thing is, there is nothing else that they're addicted to. Nothing that is a healthy addiction. Like, if we're in Bangalore, we have runners. People are just addicted to running. You'll have somebody running 3 hours every day. So if you have something like that, then your device, the time you spend with your device will balance out. But if you don't have that, then it's a problem, right? So yesterday, like we also said, are we using enough art, music, dance, anything else like this, and especially sport for youngsters? Because that can be a huge source of, feeling good, wellness, and help them balance out whatever we're facing, online, right? Yeah, and of course we know that internet use disorder is being extremely, more and more diagnosed today. Next. So we talk about identifying warning signs. There's a concept called heads, where you ask about when a teenager is reporting anything, or you're even seeing symptoms of, say, repeated headaches or any sort of somatic symptoms, you ask about the home and environment. Is everything fine? Education and employment. Is everything fine in these areas? You ask about the activities that they do. You ask whether there are any drugs being taken, and of course, at least I'm sure it's standard procedure for all of you, but if you're dealing with an adolescent, send the parent out and talk to them, right? Because getting them to talk in front of the parent is not going to happen, right? Or you're getting wrong information, which is not going to help. And then ask about sexuality. I think a lot of young people are ready to talk about it today, except nobody asks the question, right? Nobody wants to talk about it, or they don't find an adult who is, who is dependable that they can discuss it with. Right? And this is one of the things that, of course, it's being done at schools also, saying children are being told, if you want more information, get it from, whether it is, sexuality, puberty, whatever it is you want to talk about, get it from an adult you trust. Don't look online for information, because what you can get online is extremely scary, right? And even when we work with parents, we keep telling them, look, listen with an open mind, because if you don't fall into that place of an adult your child trusts, you're going to be in trouble. That itself becomes a vulnerability where, and this is one of the leading causes where abuse can happen, because somebody in the neighborhood and some stranger can also come into that place of, hey, I'm listening to you, I understand you. And this is all adolescents want. They just want to be told, I hear you, I understand you, and I'm not giving you judgment, I am not giving you solutions, right? And this is, I think, where also as homeopaths we really play very significant roles, right? Yeah. So, and of course it's important to talk about also, do you have suicidal thoughts? Do you have any depressive thoughts? It's very important to ask, because they may not volunteer. It's part of identifying early warning signs. Yeah. So again, what could be a mental health issue? Again, it's a very fine line. We could get into paranoid mode and assume that everything goes into mental health issue, but it is important to recognize that if they're not seeing friends, right? Or if there is a new so-called bad behavior being reported, by the parents, if there are somatic problems which have just started, at that age group, if there is school avoidance, if there is conflict at home, right, or a loss of interest in hobbies, used to sing regularly, now doesn't want to, used to go and dance on stage regularly, now doesn't want to. Of course, it could also be, simple teenage behavior, but, make sure you pay attention and investigate, right? Next. Yeah. So when we look at holistic interventions, what do we look at? We look at individual therapy, definitely. I mean, this is something which we should actually start doing as a practice. In children we say well child clinics, but in adolescents we should definitely be saying, well teenage visits to the counselor. Right? Just go in once a week, have a chat with the counselor and say, is everything okay? Is there something you want to talk about? So that's very, very significant. And family therapy sometimes, because unless you do conflict resolution with the parents at home, then nothing's going to improve for the teenager, right? And of course, the homeopathic medication, which can play a very significant role, and school-based interventions. Largely, like I said, a lot of schools mostly have in-house counselors now, and if you do have interactions with schools, you must be that influencer to say that you must have an in-house counselor, or you must have somebody who's accessible, right? And of course, holistic lifestyle changes, where even when we talk about de-addiction in teenagers, it is we talk about getting them into a sport, or getting them very proactively into something new that they enjoy, right? Yeah. And then when we come to the holistic interventions and preventive strategies, so I think we've actually talked quite a bit about this already, but supportive communities, this is another thing. So where does a child go and access friends or access people they can just hang out with, not feel judged? Right? So again, volunteering is a great thing. A lot of youth clubs which are available. I think a large part of the problem, especially in India, is that we have so much academic focus. Especially when this teenagers transitioning through adolescence, that's the time we actually say now is the most important time. You give up all your hobbies because you have to focus even more on academics. You have to get into IITs. Whatever your entrance exams are like 2 months away or like 1 year away, and hence you're giving up everything else that made you feel good just in order to study. So imagine that kind of pressure, right? And I think if we don't change our attitudes, if we can't change parental attitudes, the youngsters are going to suffer even more, right? And finally, that consequence is something which will become our responsibility, right? So I think it's very important to actively tell parents when we say don't put pressure. That's how do you not put pressure, right? So you say you balance it out, allow the youngster to have to do things. I mean, they want to do a guitar class, but you want them to learn some classical instrument. No, allow them to do what they want to do, but let them spend some time on it, right? So this is very important, and I think across the age groups, right? And of course, promotion of physical health. Again, sitting down, see, you've just experienced that sitting down, your minds also tend to go very into a very non-receptive mode, right? But when you got up and got the movement, thank you. When you got up and got the movement, you started feeling so much better. So that movement is so important. So I think it's very important to get them into sports. Next. So again, when we look at preventive strategies, we're looking at nutritionally taking care. We're looking at peer support groups, which is a very interesting concept. Even an organization like, just for an example, Rotary as an organization has a youth wing, where one can go and volunteer. You hang out with a group of friends, and it's something to give them away from even their support, their peer groups at college, etc. Right? And then of course you have yoga, but when you talk to a teenager and say start yoga now, it's a very boring concept. So gymming or something fun, Zumba, etc. can also be the intervention. And technology-based interventions definitely should be looked at. There's a lot of wellness apps, etc. Right? And crisis intervention. Make sure that every youngster has that one person they can call in times of a crisis. It could be a family member, it could be a cousin, it could be a healthcare provider, but this must be put in place, right? And this must be put in place with somebody who is not the parent, because children are, especially adolescents, are always they hold back from sharing with the parent. No matter how friendly, how non-judgmental you are, it is important to make sure that they have access to somebody else whom they will they can talk to in times of a crisis. So the main thing I want to, for us to reflect, and let's take a moment to do this for ourselves, right, is in our role as a physician, as a healthcare provider here, what is the level of bias that, we internally have, right? Especially when it comes to gender identities. The previous slide? Yeah, thank you. When it comes to gender identities, etc., but even across the board, at which point are we drawing the line between this is normal, this is going into a problem, and this is pathology? Right? With the knowledge that we have, when this patient is sitting in front of us, this youngster is sitting in front of us, like even when we discussed yesterday, at which point practically in the clinical setup do you draw the line between obsession and an actual OCD, right? So similarly, in everything that we talked about here, anxiety, depression, they don't want to take exams, or there's a morbid fear of exams. Where is it, stepping into the line of not being normal, right? And then are we staying up to date with social change and acceptable norms, right? Because whether we like it or not, end of the day, however much we educate ourselves, however much we try to learn or read, we have our own belief system, right? And that personal belief system will spill over into our professional practice whether we like it or not, how much ever you try to keep it away, right? But this should not prevent us from providing the right guidance and advice, right? And of course, like we said yesterday, mindful listening. If it's an adolescent, keep your ears open, really pay attention to what they're saying, because sometimes we also tend to say, I know this child for 10 years, I know the constitutional, okay, then it's okay, we'll deal with it. But please make sure that you're listening and putting enough support in place. And of course, in an adolescence with a family history of suicidal tendencies, make sure they're on psychotherapy along with, the constitutional medication. And we tend to be, as homeopaths, because we are treating multiple generations. Sometimes if you practice long enough, you have the grandparents, you have the parents, and you have the youngster, right? So you are in a unique position where people will come and actually confide, right? And especially if you have taken on the child into treatment like when they were about 4 or 5 or even from birth, by now they are also comfortable. They know this is somebody my parents will trust, I'm okay sharing. So you're in a very unique position, and that's a position of responsibility to understand that, I really could influence the future of this youngster, right? Next. So here's again self-reflection, and I'll open it up to discussion. If a child whom you have treated since they were young, and they have a great rapport with you, now as a late adolescent, if they come and talk to you about gender identity issues, what is the internal dilemma that will affect your advice, right? What sort of bias or what sort of thought process are you going to have to go through before you actually give advice which can help this youngster, right? And second, the parent will expect, will come in another consultation and tell you, listen, my child is going through this, now you better fix them, right? But then you're going to sit with the youngster and they're going to say, hey, this is who I am. So what is it that you are going to do, because there is definitely an ethical consideration there. It might be a 15 or 16-year-old, but are you going to support the parents and give that advice, or are you going to stick to your guns and say no, I'm going to support the youngster? So it's a very ethical consideration, right? Last slide. So the question here is, can we truly be the unprejudiced observer and not make judgments that may limit this young person who's sitting in front of you, right? And can we, with our personal belief systems, support this young person to make their choices and thrive, right? I'm leaving you with this because the idea of this was to be very thought-provoking and to get you to examine this. I'd like to open up the floor for a quick sharing if we have time. Yes, we have about 7 minutes. Yes. We can take up the discussion, right? Yeah, about 7 minutes, yes.
Thank you for this presentation and really stimulating a couple of thoughts that we always keep in the back of our minds. So, but the point here is that, when we are saying that youngsters today have a different mentality towards things, different approach towards things, and we as adults need to open up to their concepts and the changes that are becoming a norm these days, which were for us quite unacceptable. But I think when we say that, we also are saying that there are things that were not acceptable because of not only because of belief systems, but also because of, some security related things. Like, when today if a teenager would come and say that, my so-and-so friend slept with that person and, he's just like the same age, they're like teenagers and they're like already sleeping with each other, things like that. And they say that, there's a kind of a competition in the class, and I'm talking about 7th, 8th graders here, who meet up after school and things like that. So, one thing is that you're giving them a mindful listening and letting them speak what they want to, but doesn't mean that you say that, okay, I'm with you and I accept what you're doing, and, so you can be non-judgmental in listening, but what you have to tell them that, see, even if you say that the times have changed, this is still not the norm. So how to really deliver this to them, and when is the right stage to bring this point across? I'm not only talking about sexuality. I know there's gender identity issues and all that, which I think we should open up more to. But then when it comes to, things like that.
Yeah, got it. So I think, one of the things is, what does an adolescent want? Like, if say, like you said, a 7th, 8th grader or whatever, a 9th, 10th grader is talking to you about something like this, what are they looking for, right? They're probably looking for, even in that age, they will go through an internal conflict, which is, hey, I come from a certain value system, this is what I have seen my family approve of, not approve of, but I am having to deal with a situation where this is the kind of peer group I am facing at school, I am facing at college, and this does go against maybe the value system I was brought up with. Now, they will look to you as a doctor or as a counselor to give some guidance on what do I need to go with, right? So rather than talk about what is the accepted norm, I think that is the point to again do a thought-provoking discussion with that youngster, saying, look, while people may be doing this, these are the health risk factors which are, a part of this behavior, right? And actually present to them some very logical, facts to support and again not to support. Meaning, if the minute you say this is right and wrong, we are being judgmental and this young person is not going to listen to us. Let's be very clear about that, right? And I think I'd also like Ms. Usha to comment about this, because this is something where, it's such a sensitive age. The minute you say wrong, it's probably more attractive. The minute you say right, they're probably saying, oh, this is so boring. If it's adult approved, it has to be boring. Those are reactions which are very true to an internal dialogue in a youngster, right? So I think it's very crucial to just present facts and say, okay, now you think about it, right? Very difficult, I agree, but I think that is the way that you have to keep the dialogue open. The minute you say right or wrong, or you say this is not the norm, that doesn't make sense to this young person. But if you really see, like for example, this one behavior change, thing they took up in schools in the UK, right? In UK, in the schooling system, I think at grade 3 or 4, they started talking to children about the bad effects of eating junk food and sugary food. Okay, and they actually found that by the time this child came into grade 8, it was a part of their curriculum for about 3 years, and in that age group. By the time they came to grade 8, they found not only was this child completely off sugary foods, completely off junk foods, and was doing very healthy eating practices, but they had managed to convert at least one of their family members also into that practice. Right? So it is, if you present up facts and figures, right, very logically, it is something that adolescents will accept, right, will at least think about, as versus something where we are calling a judgment, right? So, yeah, that was about it. Yeah. Yeah, would you like to comment? Yeah.
Yeah, this is one stage situation what we all face when we sit for others in counseling. But usually what approach we say is, whether we agree it or not, it's a fact. Based on my experience, also based on literature what we have read, there is something called emotional component in every interaction, okay? And we refer that to men are from Mars, women are from Venus, okay? There is a psychological wiring in the brain wherein for women, and again I'm telling it's based on the observation of many and from my professional field also, when it comes to particularly physical intimacy, the investment component, emotional investment component in case of women is, first we invest emotions and then when we get into physical state, physical intimacy state. Whereas, unfortunately or fortunately, for men, it is the other way round. For them, emotion intensifies only after the physical intimacy. It's a fact, observed fact rather. So that being the case in an adolescent vulnerable age, kind of hypothetically saying a girl gets into a relationship, physical relationship with a boy of the same age, it is easy for that boy to step back and say it is just an experience because he has not even invested his emotions there. It is more of experience sake or experimental sake. He would have done it excitement because of the age. But for a girl, investments of emotions have already happened. So she will pay doubly in a way that emotionally as well as physically also as a consequence of that. If she is not prepared or not taken care of, she will pay 2 times what the boy ends up paying if at all that relationship doesn't continue. So we very subtly put it across to our teenage clients, and as Dr. Madhuri said, sit with them and find out what are your family values. What do you think it is okay or okay? Make that girl or the boy only take a call about the family practices and the values, and is it really good following that, and what are the benefits of following the family values, and then go to the peer group, what is the peer expectation, acceptance, and how much of compromise I have to do from my family values to fit into that, and is it worth it? So if you create that kind of a situation and discussion, most of the times they only come out of this. This helps where no intense cases have happened, I mean serious things have happened. But suppose a girl or a boy comes to you after everything happens. Then the thing is we need to only reassure them, validate them that at that moment that was the feeling you had and you got into that. Now you come out of that and look at how are you going to face that so that you use it as a learning experience. That is all the option we have. Don't go on punishing or criticizing yourself doing I did wrong. It was a learning experience. So let not make the situation a bitter person, become a better person in future.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that. Anybody else would like to share? Yes, right at the back.
Yeah, ma'am. Nowadays I'm attending the OPD. So what I come across is like when adolescents they come with their parents, they have some physical ailments or something. But when we do a case taking, we come to a point where see there are other problems. So we tend to ask them, we tend to inquire what is the mental condition, what is the environment. What I noticed is like they project of being what they are, like they are not. So they always try to project a fake this thing, what they are not actually at their home. So in that what I have seen is like adolescents, they became very rebellious because parents, they don't listen at their home, like it's not, attention is not being paid, and at OPD they'll project हमारे घर में तो सब बहुत अच्छा है, you know, we educate our children very well, we don't have such problems, so we don't fight, we give our education very well, we take care of everything, you know, they'll project so hi-fi, so poised, everything, but actually they are not. What we see, what we observe. Last one case only I want to share, like it was last week, adolescent, like 14 or 15 years boy, he came, and then he was having seizure attacks. So, and after inquiring a lot of symptoms and everything, it was said that no, हमारे घर में सब बहुत अच्छा है, सब बहुत अच्छा है, कुछ भी नहीं है, आपको ऐसा लग रहा है, हम लोग बहुत अच्छी फैमिली से आते हैं and all. But I could clearly see there is something. Then I called her, like his mother, and then finally she understood, okay, this is something severe, my child is going. Then she said, नहीं हमारे घर में मैम actually मेरा और मेरे husband का नहीं बनता है. And then we discussed, and then my child is not able to take it. But you know, this, what I feel is like lesser educated people are way easier to treat than a very highly educated people, because we always say, like when you enter a OPD or a clinic, you always keep your shoes and Google knowledge outside. So it is always that, you know, I have always observed these things. So teenagers are becoming more rebellious, what I found out.
Yeah, so I think there are 2 points there. One, the interesting case that you shared, and I think we see this across age groups. I think I also recently had a case of a child with behavioral issues, a younger child, about 7 to 8 years, and you know, just after the case taking, still the case wasn't making any sense. Sent the child out and talked to the parents and said, tell, like, what is the conflict you have at home? Direct question, because they said nothing is making sense. We're seeing, you know, with the child, it's only behavioral issues. And then, you know, the parents admitted, they said we are only living together because of the child, otherwise we would have separated by now. So you definitely have to probe into the family dynamics in any given case, because that will really open up the case for you. And the second thing about rebellion, you know, rebellion is a very natural aspect of adolescence. Like, adolescents have to rebel if they don't question, you know, parental, you know, attitudes or the authority that the parent has on them. Then they are not going to become adults. Like, all of you would have seen, have you ever seen, like, say a 30-year-old who's saying, yes mama, okay mama, I will do that, I will do this. Do you want them to become like that? No, you want them to actually grow up. So which means they have to rebel, they have to question authority, right? But it is also about how much is the parent understanding this and allowing them to assert authority, right? Like, I mean, when we treat, you know, the children, the neurodiverse children, I still have parents who will be bathing that, you know, child at 14, 16 years, and we're saying, why are you doing it? And they say, no, but they won't clean themselves properly. I said, this training you should have done 4 years ago when the child was like maybe like 8 or 9. Give them independence. Once a week you still bathe them. By 1 year they'll be trained fully, right? But if you don't let go, they're never going to become independent. So I think it is important to, I mean, it's a very difficult phase of parenting also. That also we should understand, right? It used to be, I'm sure, like even 2 generations ago, but today, especially with online influences, etc., it's a very challenging time, even for parents. It's somewhere we have to empathize with the role that the parent also plays. But important to allow the youngster to also have some choices that they can make, without the parent saying, no, I will tell you what is right and wrong every single time, right? Or to have an open dialogue between parent and child, very idealistic situation, but at least in our own lives, if we can implement it, where we're saying, what do you think? You know, like a child comes back and says, reports something very casually happened at school. I say, oh my God, no, you should not do all that, oh no. You know, that's not a reaction. You say, oh, is that right? Oh, okay, tell me more. We actually, when we do our parenting workshops, we actually have an entire one session where, you know, we work with the local Kannada groups, but the Hindi version of it, we would say, whatever your child comes and tells you, say, acha, aur batao. And we have, like, we get the parents to stand and say this to each other for like half an hour, saying, get used to it, don't do any other reaction. Right? No, but so in Kannada we say, hauda, you know, and no, but the reverse also happens. Like, you know, we ask them what happened, whatever, and they're like, why do you want to know everything? Nothing happened. No, correct. But you see, this is actually very distinct 2 things. So we talk about when you want to ask and the child doesn't want to share is a very common situation. But there are times the child wants to share, but we are not listening. Right? We don't realize how important it is, right? So, but we crib about, oh, my kid does not tell me anything. What did you do? I did something. What happened at school today? Nothing happened. Right? What classes did you have? Something. That's what you're going to get out of them most of the time. But that one time that they're cribbing about something, listen, right? Because then we'll be like, arey, that thing you've cribbed about already, no, I don't want to react to that, I'm not getting involved. Those are our reactions, right? But at that moment to say, acha, aur batao, kya hua? That is so important to just say, I'm listening to you, and put your phone down, turn away from it. But that is the point when you will get Harleen will get a call saying that chief guest is not going to show up for her program. Yeah, but it is so important to prioritize your child at that point in time and actually listen, and that gives a lot of very valuable information, right? We have like 3-day parenting workshops just focused on just this one thing, listen when they want to talk, right? Yeah. We're delaying the tea break, by the way, just...
Only one thing. So nowadays, taking care of infertility OPD and psychiatry OPD, I want to add this point. One thing is...
Yeah, can you hold it closer?
Nowadays, most of the girls, they are delaying their marriage. So otherwise, they don't want to marry. So even if they are married, they delay their marriage. So the first child they deliver at the age of 38, 34. It was not like previous. So once they get that particular child, it is a problematic. So if they deliver the child at the age of 38, so when the child gets 10 years, they are around 48 or 50. So they are not able to cope up whatever the child need. So really parents are coming and reporting on it. They are not able to, or the child is comparing with other parent. So they are finding very difficult to handle that situation in that case also.
Yeah.
And nowadays we get more number of children also suffering in that way, and parents also find difficult to give that full support what the child wants. They are not able to do because of the difference in the age.
Yeah. But again, I would say it's a changing social norm, right? We have seen this change happen. We are seeing that, girls want to be also more independent, definitely later age of marriage. And I think it's rapidly happened, especially in the past maybe 20 years or so, right? 20 to 30 years. So it is something that we have to accept. And what are we going to do about this situation though, right? I mean, are we going to say, no, you girls stick to getting married early? What is the solution there? I mean, as a homeopath, what is it that you're going to, provide? So one thing when we talk about of course, menarche and menopause at the same time in the same house is chaos. We know that, child going through menarche and the mother going through menopause, that's like a hormonally loaded situation, and the poor, the father will be stuck in the middle, right? But I think it would be interesting to say how can we help, right? So have a counselor, you step into that space and say, okay, you can talk to me individually, right? Sometimes, when we deal with LD, learning disabilities, the maybe 8th grader or 9th grader, the one thing I will tell the mother, if she's a homemaker, I will say, please go volunteer with some organization. I want you out of the house being productive for 3 hours a day. Get off the child's back, let them be, right? And if they have a hobby, let them be. And you won't believe, I've had so many situations which are sorted out just by this one advice, saying just take time away from each other, right? Because like I said, menopause and menarche in the same house, that just sort of explains the whole explosive situation, right? But otherwise, yeah, social norms are changing. We're going to have to live with that, right?
So, Dr. Madhavi, even though the tea is ready, but I think since we're talking about this session, and if you're not talking about the pornography invasion,
Yeah.
so I think we'll be missing out on this. So if you can give me, or if Musha ma'am can also give her inputs, and maybe in 5-7 minutes about how to, prevent our kids from pornography invasion. Even though we keep them away from it, they still have their
Yeah.
peers to talk about it and to make them curious and very interested about it. So how to deal with this situation? I think the session would not be completed
Yeah.
until we discuss this. Yeah, thank you.
Would you like to take that, ma'am? Okay. All right. So, yeah. So I think the major thing with pornography would be that, one, we have to remove the taboo on talking about these issues, right? So typically the way our cultural thing is talking even about menstruation or whatever, I mean just say talking about or using the words of our sexual characteristics, breasts, penis and all is such a taboo. Like as soon as I say it, like I can see some reactions, right? Because even as medical professionals, when we talk to our own families, I mean you're saying no, that part of your body, right? So if that is the kind of taboos that we are talking to our children with, where it is not okay to even say the name of your own body part, then of course talking about the entire concept of sexual intercourse or creating this awareness early on enough. I mean of course now schools do it to a large extent, at least in urban areas. You have the sexual education which is a part of the education system. Typically 5th to 7th grade is when they start doing it, right, which is the ideal age, because the more we hide something, the more it is under the cover, the more fascinating it is. And this whole concept of curiosity is going to be there, right? But whether you're going to give in to, and again the problem here is the internet, right? I mean whatever this 30 years ago would be magazines, which were more controllable. But today we're online, what we're afraid of is the kind of content they can access, and the worst thing would be getting caught in an online thing where it's an adult posing as a child and is there, and all of these complications, right? But I think the biggest thing is keeping communication open, right? There needs to be at least like one parent with whom the child is able to openly share, right? So that anything that even makes them uncomfortable, and we talk about, even when we talk about good touch, bad touch, or there's a beginning of abuse or something, or even in an urban setup when we find that there has been some long-term abuse, the biggest thing when these youngsters start talking is they will say, I never felt I could talk about it. I didn't know whom to talk to about it. Right? So again, like I said, coming back to what we said, where as homeopaths, you're in that unique position where people can confide, but open up that time. And see, there are times when even if we have a teenager in the consultation, and you don't think there's anything they want to share without the parent in the room, insist on a few minutes when the parent will leave the room. Okay? Insist and ask a few questions. Is there something you would like to talk about without your parent here, and whatever you are talking to me is going to be confidential between us? Would you like to tell me anything? Just ask this question and you will be amazed. Like 10 teenagers you do this with, you'll be able to take this session next. Right? Because the kind of learning, the minute they have acceptance, right? The minute somebody tells them, you're safe to share whatever it is here, that opens up, right? And coming back to refocus on that question, if we give them information, right, which is very logical, which is factual, right, then they say, okay, fine, this is what it is, right? So even if they do get exposed to pornography through friends or whatever, it is not going to be as fascinating, right? Or they might come and tell you about it, right? They might come and say, what happened, this showed me that today. Again, very key to say, acha, aur batao. Yeah, very difficult. A patient will do it more easily if it's a family finished. Yeah, and you cannot, oh my God, all that you will react, but you have to keep it internal. And then the worst thing is when you go share it with your spouse. What? And you didn't yell at them? You didn't, no. You have to train yourself to say, okay, because that mindful listening, trust me, with parenting, it is one of the very key things, whatever it is you're facing. And the thing is, you cannot control what they're going to face. Because you can have physical protections in place, you can have so many things in place, but you cannot predict what this child is going to face. So I think it's very important to make sure, listen, you have somebody to come back and talk to. And can I be that person? If I can't be that person for whatever reason, especially as physicians, there are times when I will tell my 12-year-old, listen, if you want to talk to your counselor at school, I'm fine with that. You should go ahead and do that. Because maybe I don't, maybe I'm, like somebody shared, I think yesterday, at clinics, we face so many situations, we are hearing so much trauma, so much of a problem. You come back, this simple issue, you're like, "Arey yaar, I don't want to deal with this," or I can't use my resources here, So then we say, okay, go talk to somebody who can actually help you, and that's okay. So they should also feel that. But if there is nobody to step in, that is where big risk of abuse. Because when we look at abusive situations, it is known, you read about it, it's said that especially in teenage, this one, whoever middle-aged person will walk in and say, "I am listening to you, feel safe with me." And that's how the emotional connect of abuse begins, right? Yeah. I think Usha ma'am had something to say. Please go ahead. Then we come back to you, yeah?
The usual practice what we do in adolescent counseling is we tell the parents to start preparing themselves first for this stage. The daughters and sons entering the teenage, before that I need to be prepared and anticipate few behavioral changes in my children. The second thing is sexual education should start at homes first, not in an institution. Though ideally it is happening like that in our society. As parents, how comfortable we are to use the words associated with sexual organs and the birth, the process of birth. It can be as simple as, if there is a newborn baby in the family, take a teenage girl or a child you have at home, just explain in a very age-appropriate way, using the appropriate words suitable for that, the process of childbirth. Kind of exposing child to these events, the sexual growth of a human being, the sexual process as a normal process of aging. Call it as different stages of life, and these are the different zones of age, and these are the activities associated with us, and there is a fixed age range for that activity. And as long as we stick to that, we are safe and you are safe. So give this in a very matter-of-fact statement, and not as an advice or a warning, but give them the information. It helps a lot. And another thing is, to stop them from abuse, it is better you train your children to use proper words if at all they are abused physically in public places, so that the people who are next to them can understand that's what is happening. Because in regional language, in many family, we have seen people using different fancy words just because they are not comfortable using those words. So that puts the children at risk, particularly if they are special children. Okay, that's one thing. And for teenage, the moment you know that the onset of puberty is very much kind of advanced now. So to prepare your child for any risk factors and to safeguard them during teenage, at least minimum 3 years to 4 years before that, you need to educate the child about this. So that should be the thumb rule. So this is what else. So first, mothers should become very comfortable to sit with the daughter and talk about this, and fathers should become comfortable. And of course the teachers. If I start using substitute words and make faces and my body language becomes different, the child thinks there is something more than what my mother is trying to tell me. That inquisitiveness makes them start experimenting and exploring in a very unhealthy way. That's it.
Yeah. And the one other thing I want to add there is, there are certain websites which provide safe information. So if you can actually look up something where you're saying, listen, this information is right, it's valid, and like a 12, 14-year-old can actually start reading through. But you cannot, like if they do a Google search, it's going to go all over the place, right? So if you want some information, then this is a good place to go. I think it's important to also acknowledge that. Yeah. Okay, so we are really late for our tea break. Should we break, or I think she wanted to say something? Yeah? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much. Thanks. We'll see you at the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madhuri. That was again a very, very interesting session, and we took a little longer than expected in this session. Of course, with the questions, we wanted that discussion to go on and not abruptly stop in between just because it was tea time. So we are now breaking at 10:25 and resuming at, that's what? 10:35. Resuming at 10:45. Can we be back in like 10 minutes? Let's make it 10:50. 15 minutes is good for tea? What do you think? Yeah? Tea and pakoras, 15 minutes is good? Right. So we are resuming at 10 minutes to 11, 50 minutes past 10. 10:50, if we can have that, yeah. 10:50 we are resuming. Online viewers can please note, we are resuming at 10:50 a.m. So it's a tea break right now. Thank you.
आगे लेडीज है ना, केरी वालों को बुलाइए।
Then we won't be able to wrap it up on time. Right, so we are back with another session. This is the post-tea session and session number 3 of day 2 of CME on holistic mindscape, linking mental health with homeopathic care. The CME is being organized by Clinical Research Unit, Portblair, which falls under Central Council for Research in Homeopathy, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. In the morning we have 2 sessions on psychology of addiction, substance and device, and on adolescent mental health. And the next session that we are going to start right away is a very important one. The session is on depression across the ages. So we are very keen to see what really depression across the ages really mean. I mean, is it different or is it the same? What we experience in different ages as depression, are the feelings the same or are they different? How to differentiate the different symptoms of depression in different ages. So to talk on this, we have Dr. Babita Jayapal with us, requesting her to please join on the stage and start with the session. Thank you.
I'll tell you. Hello? We'll start? Yeah? Okay. Attention. Yeah, we are starting.
Okay, I want you to look at that chair. I don't know if you've realized the chair has moved from there to there. Yeah, so there's a chair and you have to imagine some, not young girl, a girl, maybe college, little more than college, sitting on the chair. Okay, I'm not giving the girl any name, so we'll just call her she. Okay, there's a girl and sitting very sadly, very gloomy, not talking to anybody. Doesn't want to talk. If you look at her, she's almost on the verge of crying and extremely sad. So as someone, not a physician, as a friend, as a passerby, what would you feel looking at that girl? What would you say or what would you think? We'll keep the session little interactive. That girl is sad. This too shall pass, okay.
God bless her.
God bless her.
Walk up and say what happened.
Walk up and say what happened, okay. She doesn't want to talk to you.
Just go stand next to her.
You don't know her, okay, you're just looking at her. Maybe you're in college, she's also in college, but she's sitting there like this, very quiet, very secluded. So most of the time what happens when we look at someone, we'll say, oh my God, she's so depressed. Right? Huh? In our times when we were in college, वो बोलती ये बहुत डिप्रा में है लगता है. So that's the word they used to use, okay, that's many years back. So, or she's in depression, or she's depressed. Depression is a word very commonly used, or I think overused, right? But when you actually investigate her, or if she becomes your patient, you will understand why it just may be a depressed mood, or it just may be a sadness, or something like this too shall pass, or you don't know it's going further. We'll not understand till we actually investigate or take her history, right? But when does she seek medical help? Because we can't say that, okay, the depressed mood khatam ho gaya aur abhi depression chalu ho gaya. There is no clear-cut boundary to say, okay, now this is finished, now this has started, now she can come for help. And as you said, Dr. Divya, by the time she comes with a DSM-5 criteria, it's past too late, right? So, what happens to her then? One is the social stigma. If she had a stomach pain or headache, she would have been rushed to the doctor. But a social stigma of something that she's feeling sad or she's feeling gloomy and she can't get over it is very difficult, because somebody will tell her confidence nahi kya, you can't take care of your own self, right? So what happens? Now I want to ask you as homeopaths, what can we do in this case? Because as homeopaths, every case of depression, every case of depression is a challenge to us, and every individual who comes with depression comes with something unique. Because we are not looking at the depression, we are looking at the person. So that person is bringing to you something very unique. As a homeopath, if you can pick up that unique, then I think you will be able to provide that rapid, gentle, permanent cure. Right? Now what is depression? So in this presentation, we are going to look at what is depression, linking it with homeopathic concepts and representation of rubrics in our repertory. Okay, that's how the session will go. And here and there, maybe on concept basis, if we could interact, we all could learn from each other. So what is depression? Depression is a disorder affecting the mood and general outlook of life. Loss of interest in activities or feeling down are common. Now it's not as serious as bipolar disorders or schizophrenia, but it is still a very serious medical condition. Why? Because it's quite common. It starts at a fairly early age. It can be quite chronic, and it has quite a lot of impairment, and that's why it's a major cause of disability worldwide. And depression is different from a depressed mood. Yeah, next. Now the prevalence, will say worldwide data, 3.2 to 4.7% in the global. And shockingly in India it's more than that, it's 5.25. So 1 in every 20 people have had some depressive symptoms at some time, and 1/3 of the population reports symptoms related to mental disorders. This is the National Mental Health Survey of India 2015-16. This is the state-wise. So this is in India where you see a state-wise prevalence. Yeah, next. This is a gender prevalence. So if you look at the gender prevalence, you see that women are more affected than men. We'll talk about this later why, but especially in the, I think the 39 to 49 age group, the incidence of women is more than men. Yeah, 40 to 49, where women are more affected than men, and even in the, I think 18 to 29. So I think wherever there are emotional ups and downs, I think you can relate to that women get more affected than men. Right, now, depression has a lot of clinical features. So if you actually list it down as a homeopath 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it's like impossible to repertorize all those, right? Now what we are going to do is we are going to differentiate them into your feeling, that's your emotion, your thought, and your physical. So in the emotion you have a depressed mood and irritability, loss of interest in pleasure in most, loss of interest or pleasure in most activities, psychomotor retardation or agitation, feeling of worthlessness and guilt. Next. In the intellect you have diminished ability to concentrate and recurring thoughts of death and suicidal ideation. Third, significant in physical you have, there's an issue with weight, either there's a weight loss, there's a weight gain or failure to gain weight. There's insomnia and hypersomnia, and there's fatigue and loss of energy. Now, according to DSM, 5 or more of these depressive symptoms lasting for 2 or more weeks and causing serious impairment is the major depressive disorder. And if it's 2 or 4 depressive symptoms of this is a minor depressive disorder. With this, as Dr. Divya, you were saying, you still have minor things here and there which doesn't fit in the DSM criteria. We also can look at it as the disturbances in the constitution, right? Now, there is not one cause for depression, there are many causes for depression. So we are today going to study depression under this model. It's called the biopsychosocial spiritual model. Okay, so early what happened? Disease was studied as medical manifestations and physical antecedents. That's how disease was studied, only in 2 forms. But today we are seeing that, from yesterday we are seeing that for the disease to manifest there is biological reasons, there is psychological reasons, social reasons, and we've also added a new dimension that we have the genetic causes, the endocrinal or the hormonal causes, we have the problems with the neurotransmitters and the chronic diseases. Yeah, next. In psychological, we have the inherent disposition of the person or the traits, the patterns of thinking, the deficit coping skills, low self-esteem, and rumination. Somebody wants to tell me what rumination is? If I tell you the meaning, you can think of remedies also. So basically, rumination is when you focus or keep thinking of the negative content, past or present, which causes emotional distress. So in our language of the repertory, it's brooding, right? And there's also a line to it, and that's why women have more tendency to depression than men, because women do this a lot. Women, there's a lot of brooding in men, where men can distract themselves and women are not able to distract, as we spoke of the emotional nature of the men and women. The social, we have the different systems which causes, there's an interpersonal system, family system, social system, unemployment, financial stress, and media, of course. And the last one is the spiritual, your beliefs, your values, your culture, or your religion. Now let's look at each one in a little detail. Wait. Now the biological factors. So when you're saying genetic, there is something called as the brain-derived neurotrophic factor. Okay, suppose there's a decreased expression, so what happens in stress, there's a decreased expression of this causes atrophy of the neurons and further leading to depression. Okay, if you look at next, again during stress what happens, there's an increase in cortisol, and this increases the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis activity, again leading to a dysregulation and causing depression. Then imbalance in transmitters, we see in depression there's a deficiency of the serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine hormone. There's also a disordered gut microbiota which causes inflammation and again can lead to depression. Then drop in estrogen and progesterone usually at the menopausal time, malfunction of thyroid gland, and many comorbidities which would be like you have, there will be cancer, there will be long-standing diabetes, hypertension. These people are more prone to depression than the people who don't have it basically.
Can we go back to gut microbiota?
Yes?
How does this cause depression?
Yeah, so it basically says that the disorder of the gut leads to inflammation.
So things
Not
like
enough.
Small intestine bacterial overgrowth or IBS. I mean, when we say disordered gut microbiota, what do we mean? Does it mean an H. pylori infection? Does it mean a SIBO? Does it mean an IBS? Or I don't know.
It can be all of these. You see, your gut is going to be disordered when there's an imbalance of all this. So it could be in your Crohn's, it could be in your IBS, it could be in your H. pylori.
And how do
So basically the pathophysiology of this is inflammation. And that again,
But then inflammation or inflammatory markers could be, I mean, the inflammatory markers more or less would be the same wherever the inflammation happens. Right? Why specifically are we focusing on the gut microbiota? I mean, if I look at just inflammation, then that means an H. pylori infection, because normally SIBO is not associated with inflammation. Irritable bowel syndrome for sure doesn't.
Is not, it's- yes.
The gut microbiota which is affected, and that's the kind of treatment that we're trying to provide. So why should gut microbiota be a direct link to depression, not as a chronic disease, but as a specific a cause warranting, I mean something warranting as a specific entity in the biological factors?
okay, not able to answer this, but I think when you're looking at gut, yeah, when you're looking at gut issues, again you're looking at with even our special children, you're looking at with people with all this have a lot of psychological issues. So I was linking it like that.
Or those with psychological issues?
Or if anybody in the audience has an answer, maybe, yes sir.
Gut microbiota, and recently it has been taken up a very large issue for health. If you have a very healthy gut microbiota, they have done some studies on aseptic condition upbringing of mice. They will not have any microbiota. There are healthy microbiota and there are unhealthy microbiota. It is a symbiotic between our body and microbiota. The number of cells we are having, the nearly same number of microbiota exist in our gut. So that is free exchange of even genetic material and related to metabolism. They also control many parts of our metabolism. It is not only one inflammation. Inflammation is one. So it is now they are getting more insight into how the changes in microbiota, like you have taken antibiotics, you destroy these healthy ones. So automatically those unhealthy microbiota, they will grow more. So that now leading to there are many, they are also regulating your short chain fatty acids, then it leads to your small local endocrinal secretions. So ultimately lead to many things. But direct to tell it is only causes depression, it is not the inflammation only causes depression. It may be also causes IBS, it may lead to your arthritis. Almost all systems are affected in that.
Yes, that
So that is one of the causes,
one of the causes
possibly.
can be depression.
Possibly, but neuroendocrine system is also affected by gut microbiota.
Even nowadays studies have also related that gut dysbiosis is all related to a huge number of lifestyle disorders from hypertension, diabetes, and there is clear association of the involvement of the hypothalamo-neuroendocrine axis totally due to as a result of this gut dysbiosis. All the cytokines and all they are related.
Yeah, and also even with gut microbiota and neurodevelopment, there is a lot of work that is being done, and the fact that the entire gut is lined with neurons which will then affect the entire development. So it is connected to mental health. Right? So there's a lot of evidence and a lot of research also that's come in. In fact, this is something I didn't share in my presentation yesterday, but we take an entire session on gut health for parents to deal with their children. So we can share some information also.
Yes.
Once any physical causes, it leads to sleeplessness. Once the sleeplessness is started, automatically low emotional dysfunctions, as well as neuroendocrine, neuroimmunological causes also cause a depression.
Neuroimmunological, neuroendocrine, all that again can cause.
Sleeplessness. So mainly low emotional dysfunction and sleeplessness. It may be the main cause.
So if you actually look at the causes, it's very difficult to segregate them because from every angle, like aise jaake, it leads to depression then from all the things. Yes, sir?
You cannot always associate with there is a disturbance in microbiome. So it needs a lot of things need to further clarify daily how much we take back. It is multifunctional.
Yes, yes.
If you are depressed, your microbiome also changes.
Yes, it can be a reverse action like that also. Yes, yes. And that's why we talk of that interlinking, no? They're going to all affect each other.
There's a gut-brain axis, in fact, that is talked about, the microbiota in the gut and how it's connected through a reverse cycle to the HPA axis, and it works on the microglia in the brain and the astrocytes, and how those things bring about the changes in their mood. So there's a whole list of things you can look up. If you look at the gut-brain axis, you'll see how it affects mood.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll want to see how this concept will help us in homeopathy. Knowing the family history, in what way can it help us in a homeopathic prescription? Or homeopathic management, I would say, not prescription, homeopathic management. Where do we use the family history? Basically in the predisposition. In the predisposition, so basically to understand your miasms. And we also know that people with more higher genetic load will have a more deeper miasm, could be a psychotic, tubercular, and also further going on to syphilitic. If there is more family history of suicides, you can even look at us. So basically understanding the miasm or understanding the load the person is carrying will give us a fair prognosis to where this individual is leading to, right? Next. Yeah, and then nowadays there are a lot of remedies, really. I have not used any, but there are a lot of organ specific remedies like serotonin. I don't know if they really help, but yes, I think a lot of people must be using them in practice because they have been proved. Yeah, next. So next is your psychological factors. So basically these are your this is basically your inherent disposition. So in temperaments you have those 4 temperaments. Out of this mostly the melancholic temperament fits into this. Then people with a neuroticism trait. So people with neuroticism trait are people who respond to stress in one of these ways. There's either an anxiety, worry, fear, anger, frustration, envy, jealousy, guilt. Right? And these people are more prone to a depressed mood. Then people with a lot of negative thinking patterns, self-criticism, which again enhances the guilt. There could be a loss, stress, loss of loved ones, loss of family member. Very sensitive, oversensitive, hypersensitive individuals. People having low self-esteem, low thresholds to stress, deficient coping skills, and rumination, what we spoke of. So hence women are more prone to depression than men. There's one factor which says that. Right? And this homeopathically would help you. Homeopathically this would help you in your, when you are taking your life space, you are understanding the disposition of the patient, you are understanding the mental state of the patient. So all this helps you there. So basically it helps you choose your constitutional remedy or your characteristics depending on the the patterns of the person. The next is the social factors. In the interpersonal system, like so many factors, there could be disturbed marriages, uncaring or indifferent relationships, issues with friends, peers, colleagues. Then the family, there would be adverse childhood experiences. Dr. Madhuri just spoke of the families, the conflicted families, chaotic families, then history of abuse, physical, sexual, alcohol abuse. Then now nuclear families, both parents working and the child comes early from school, he is alone at school, so that could be in the, for children, that could be something negative for children. Lack of support, no friends, no extended families, and dispersal of communities. Earlier there was a lot of community gathering, communities getting together, but now everything is just dispersing, and then there's just nuclear families, maybe husband, wife, one child, and very less communication again because of media, long employment, financial stress, any stressful life events, or new challenges in life transitions. It could be you're changing your school, or you're getting a new job, or the media. Now if you look at this, all these factors are interlinked. It cannot happen due to one individual factors. So if there's something from here, something from here, something from here, the interlinking of all will make a person more prone to depression. And the newly added, so this basically helps, here I was thinking is you should help your patients to build connections, stay connected, build social structures, build support structures, and obviously the psychotherapy or the counseling skills. The next is the spiritual. So this is very debatable. It's a new factor which is involved. So I was talking to someone in some cultures, just look at something like abortion. So in some cultures abortion is a taboo. But if you're looking at maybe some girl out of wedlock has got pregnant, or a senior lady has got pregnant, and the only practical thing is to abort. Right, but according to their spiritual, according to their belief or their culture, they are not allowed to adopt. Then what happens to that person? So they go into severe guilt, and that guilt can stay lifelong with them. So either they plan to just stay with the pregnancy and have it, which again plays again on their mind, or they abort, which again plays on their mind. So how much belief you have in your culture, or how much blind faith you have in your culture, how you question your religion, a lot of that comes into play here. Yeah, next. Now since we spoke of across ages, we'll just look at the 4 ages: childhood, adolescence, young adults, and geriatrics. So I think childhood also you covered. Childhood and adolescence has been covered. So in each of these areas you could put it into the model we saw, biopsychosocial model, right? You're looking at young adults where there are challenges, financial responsibilities, moving away from home, stressful jobs. So what happens, there is a change in the clinical features when you see, in your symptoms or in your expressions. In children, more than that sad depression, there's a lot of crying, there's a lot of acting out. Like violent outbursts, and you don't know why they're crying. Especially even in the adolescence, they're crying for unrelated reasons. And it's very difficult for you to understand that actually why they're crying, or they're becoming extremely rebellious, or they're doing things that they'll bunk school, or they'll not go to certain gatherings which you thought they would go to. So they'll do very unrelated things. And especially the family conflicts, if there is a fight in the family, if the parents are fighting, I think in a lot of families where there's divorce or parents are fighting a lot, children usually hold themselves responsible for that. And that puts in them a lot of guilt, which it stays so much lifelong with them that when they grow up, you see that they're almost selecting partners which are similar to that. So all these things can have a very detrimental effect on the child's mind. Then geriatrics. So in the textbooks, more than depression, Alzheimer's, dementia was put under geriatric, but now I think there's a lot of depression happening also in geriatrics because of the loneliness, the isolation, and having single children going abroad, parents are here alone, nobody to communicate, nobody to take care of. There's an 86-year-old man, if his son is sitting somewhere far away and tells him, I will order your groceries online, you sit at home. But no, that 86 man wants to walk 1 kilometer to get the groceries so that he can just interact with people. So that's the state our community has come to. Next. Wait, okay. So in all the ages, I thought I will focus on depression in women. We'll just go a little more detail into that. So yeah, you can finish that slide. Yeah, so when you look at this, from puberty to menopause, there's a constant onslaught of hormonal changes happening, right? In puberty, pregnancy, there's a surge of hormones. In menopause, there's a drop of hormones. Right now, what happens, puberty will still live because it's already taken care of. Postpartum, yes, one is the genetic and hormonal, which is common across, but there's a lot of demands of childbearing, maybe lack of support, oversensitive parents who've been working and then suddenly they have to stay at home now, take care of the baby, they can't go to work, their socializing has stopped. So there's different factors which play on the mind, and if there is a genetic vulnerability, then it's very easy for the woman to land into a postpartum depression. Now today we are seeing that besides handling family, besides handling children, women are creating a lot of success stories in life. Right, because of this, the roles and responsibilities are changing, and because of these new roles and responsibilities, they can either adapt to the situation or maladapt. Right, and this adaptation or maladaptation decides whether they stay in health or in disease. So what happens is, if your vulnerability is high, if your family load is high, your genetics are high, then it's very possible for the woman to get into depression. Like there was some mention which is happening, I'll just say this to you. Before puberty, before marriage, you're like the Rani in the house, like very well cared of, you don't have stress, very carefree life. Then you get married and you become the Lakshmi, and after some time you're becoming the Bai because you're doing everything, right? And then you want to be the Rani, Jhansi, Lakshmi Bai, right? And as women in this group, I think we all go through this. Suddenly you want to say, oh my God, what am I doing? But then again you want to go back and do this. Right, now what happens, the Rani, Jhansi, Lakshmi Bai, yes, if she has her coping techniques, if her threshold is high, she can still make it very big in life. But that women, maybe it's her own expectation, it's the expectation from her family or the society. Like she buckles down to it, and we don't know what happens to her. There will be other things which can happen, other health conditions, but depression is one thing which can happen very commonly. So as women, I think we should sit back and see how much load we are taking on ourselves, right? Because menopause is a very difficult system. I don't know how many have gone through that, but I have gone through that. So I will tell you my personal example. There's appetite change, there's sleep disturbance. I didn't allow her to sleep in the night because there are times you just don't get sleep and you don't know the reason why, okay? And what happens is, one is, there's a drop in hormones. It's like every time there was someone saying, Amma, do this, Ma, do this. Now nobody's bothered. Nobody even wants to talk to you. Husband thinks he's worked enough, so he has his own social group, he wants to settle. And suddenly you find yourself like all alone. All alone. So what are you going to do? This is with us, okay, maybe we are aware, we are physicians, we can still try to do something. But what do you tell your patients at this stage? You need to educate them first about menopause. Because of the hormones, this can happen. And somebody said, this too shall pass. This too shall pass, but it shall pass with a lot of difficulty. So how do you take care of that difficulty in between? So what I feel is, you need to focus on self-care. You need to prioritize yourself, at least at this stage. Bacha kucha khana nahi khana, waste ho jayega isliye nahi khana. You need to do a proper diet for yourself, right? I feel a lot of, may sound controversial, but giving up milk helps a lot at this stage, especially during the menopausal, because there's so much, the hormones have not settled, and it's not that menopause will finish in 6 months or 1 year. It takes 2-3 years for you to actually settle in, right? Another thing is exercise, the yoga, the meditation. And what I have found really helps is a little bit of resistance training. So a little bit of weights does help, because it prevents the osteoporosis and it helps you build your strength, because there's a lot of muscle loss during menopause. So it also helps to build your muscle. And another thing is stay connected. Stay connected, do something different, revisit your hobbies, volunteer somewhere,
do something which you would have always wanted to do. Okay. Now, if you look at depression, if you look at our homeopathic clinics, we don't get many patients who come directly to you and say, oh, I'm depressed, oh, I'm feeling very sad. Okay, so they present with different, if you're looking at women issues, it could be PCOD, it could be infertility issues, it could be severe dysmenorrhea or DUB or even fibroids. So what happens when you start investigating this, if you see any shades of these, next. Okay. So I'll just tell you, this is a representation of sadness where it starts with mood disturbances, goes to become severe and then lands into depression. So if you see, there are different shades of sadness. So when you actually take your life space investigation or you're doing your case taking, if you feel that yeah, this person is prone to depression, or even if you feel that these are the symptoms which really you can't place anywhere, or the physical, there will be something in the background where there is a mental disturbance, you need to revisit all these symptoms to check if there's anything like this that patient is suffering from. So if you know that just a grief or a sadness, then you know it's okay, only a mood disorder, and maybe setting her right with your constitutional and some psychotherapy can really help. But if you see that that woman has gone into remorse and anguish is basically a deeply distressed situation, or there's even suicidal thoughts, then you have to actually, you know that that person is in a problem now. So you have to look at different areas of her life, what you're doing, right? So the what I've done, I've just put some rubrics which will tell you which remedies cover this. It's just a representation from the repertory. Yeah, next. Okay, so morose is bad mood or non-communicative. Now we have different rubrics with the morose. So there will be a time rubric, there will be a concomitant rubric, there will be a diurnal rubric, there will be modalities with it. So we've just taken few things like morose, sulky, sadness with morose, sulky, indisposed, morose, sulky, aggravation in the evening, or with grief, ailments from grief, from loss of loved ones, sadness with grief, or NUI, which is a weary dissatisfaction, or it's called boredom in the repertory. There's indifference, weary of life, morning in bed or waking, indolence. Look at this rubric, it's such a long rubric with only one remedy. Indolence, mind and body daytime, averse to work, averse to pleasure, does not know what the matter is. It actually covers your whole depression rubric. Then slowly your sadness is going on to the physical level, where there's melancholic hypochondriac. Yes? And there's hostility and indifference. If you look at the remedies, that's sapia, anacardium, lycopodium, natrium cup. So you can see the set of remedies, also a particular set of remedies coming for that emotion. Remorse, which becomes still deeper, which goes into sadness and regret. You have aurum coming a lot. Anguish, which is deeply distressed. Despair and suicidal. Go back. So suicidal, you have your aurum, natrium, natrium sulf, where again in those rubrics you will have again sub-rubrics. So these will be helpful for you to form your qualified mentals when you are doing your totality. So the management of depression in women, we're just looking at different rubrics, like in puberty you have dullness, mental in puberty, morose, gloomy, restless nervousness, melancholy, silent anguish. So these rubrics actually help you when you are doing your history taking to elicit the symptoms of the patients. Indifference, apathy, parturition during sadness, postnatal, indifference, apathy to own children, actually FOSS is coming there. Suicidal disposition after delivery, and in menopause, restless, indifferent, apathetic, crying, weeping, gloomy, morose. So these are all your shades of sadness which we got. Okay, now we are looking at the natural history. So Divya, I'd like to what happens in the prodrome? What will you do in the prodrome? Because you were talking of the prodrome, is before the onset of the disease, before we have your DSM-5 criteria, we can still find something in the patients, right? As homeopaths, when you're taking the case, and I think as homeopaths we are lucky that we can intervene here. Yeah? So what do you do when you counter a prodrome of depression? How do you manage the case there? Anybody would like to share?
Just end up compiling a lot of symptoms and then you're clueless. Diagnosis nahi hai, and somewhere down the line that is where we are missing that this is the prodrome of depression. We would be collecting symptoms of mood instability, weeping, crying, or weeps when telling her symptoms. We are very good at writing the rubrics, but what we miss is that this is the prodrome that we are treating. So it could be symptoms like sadness. NUE is a very common rubric used in repertory. NUE ho gaya ya brooding ho gaya. But the point is, when is it that it is important to treat it? I mean, we do say that these are the symptoms. When hota kya hai, if you look at a lot of published case studies, there will be a case study on PCOD. They will say that there were this symptom, this symptom, this symptom, but when you look at the follow-up, all that you're getting is menstrual history and what happens to the cyst size. You forget that that person came to you with certain fears, that person came to you with certain anxieties, or that person had a symptom like weeps when telling her complaints, or had a symptom like weeping when alone, or looks out for company, desire for company also.
You're right.
Huh?
You're actually forming the totality.
Yeah. So you're forming the totality, but when you're going into a follow-up, or the only follow-up you end up taking is what happened to the cyst.
Right. So
you never go back and ask what happened to your desire for company, or what happened to your weeping, or the entire set of symptoms. I mean, the Hahnemannian history taking and follow-up is very clear, that he says once you've written all the symptoms, the next time the patient comes, please cross all the symptoms that were not there. But when we see at the reported cases, or the way the practitioners keep their cases, the follow-up is just 2-3 arrows, plus, improved, not improved, and what did not improve is something that gets lost. And that is where I think we lose upon the strength of homeopathy that we need to build upon as far as the evidence base is concerned. I mean, clinicians might be doing it, but as researchers, we face this problem that we are not able to justify to the community what is it that we are treating in the first place. Because they'll say, where is the DSM criteria? We can't, for everything we can't say, oh, we are treating the prodrome. And then once the cases come into the publication and everything, the focus is too much on the pathology and all this gets lost. And the thin line between a prodrome also, I mean, even if you put somebody on a prodrome, it's like labeling the person. That stigma is always there. So that becomes a very tricky issue when you're dealing with this condition.
Actually, we are calling it tricky, but for us, I think we should be lucky if we encounter a person at this stage, we can actually abort the disease and prevent it from going into a full-blown depression. So basically, we look at the causative factors if there are any, and constitution is a little shaken up, so it will throw out certain factors. If you can qualify those mentals, I think based on that you can prescribe, right? And in your follow-up, you have to keep the emotional state. I think that in your whole follow-up criteria, that should come first. Next. Then you have the onset. Okay, here you have gone into your disease. So you have your causative factors, you have your individualizing symptoms, right? And it's easier to prescribe here because you have your characteristic symptoms and expressions, so you can prescribe here. Then, yes. Now remission, what happens? Remission is not the patient is cured, right? So the disease has gone into a dormant state either naturally or because of some medication. Either our medication or the conventional medication, it has gone into a dormant state, but a person is still vulnerable. So you have to give a deeper force which will work on this vulnerability, and it's the right time to introduce your constitutional remedy here. Yeah? Then you have recovery. Yeah, so you continue your constitutional remedy to maintain. And what happens in the relapse? Recurrence. Okay, recurrence is a relapse. So you need to revisit your remedy, whether you were right or no, revisit your posology, right? And revisit your reputation. After all this, if you're still confident that everything you have done is right, then you have to look at an obstacle to recovery, which mostly will be your miasm. Okay, so this is the right time you look at. Now this is something called a diathesis. Yes.
When you are giving me this flow, are you saying that you're giving the constitution only at the stage of remission and not at the stage of flow? Is that what you're trying to say? Because why can't we have a constitutional diagnosed right at the first stage?
Yes, you can have a constitutional there. You definitely can have a constitutional there. Besides the constitutional, I'm thinking, there are a lot of physicians who don't prescribe constitutional, who don't. Now, I know of them. So, what's happening at that stage? At least you have your ailments from and you have your constitutional disturbances which can be qualified.
Because most of the people you don't have other symptoms. So that is where you are going to come behind on constitutional model. In fact, other symptoms you would get, in other people you get your qualified as well.
But ma'am, especially if you see the symptom, the medicines which are given in the repertory for depression, the medicines which we are having for depression, all of them are constitutional medicine. You go for Oramed, you go for CPI, you go for Natramine, Natransol, all of them are constitutional medicine.
But is that the constitution of the patient? We don't know.
Constitution is not only the physical makeup, it is also a mental makeup. And if we are having that dominant symptom, like as far as I know that Oramed, you cannot just give it in a palliative manner. It will act in a very limited sphere of action.
It's a state. It's the state that person is going through at that time.
Definitely, if we see in Metria Medica Pura in Pulsatilla, and there has been given that the constitution of patient goes through 4 stages. The first is the base constitution of the patient, and every time whenever there is some kind of emotional or physical or anything that is coming up to the patient, that develops into a state of disposition or something. Like in their Pulsatilla, they have given that the patient is of mild nature, but whenever an impulse is coming, the patient is going into a sadness, going into a weeping state. But overall it is Pulsatilla. We cannot separate all the medicines those who are given. We cannot separate the thing because all of them are anti-miasmatic medicines, Oramed, Natramine, all of them are very deep medicine. So the scope of prescribing specific medicines other than organospecific, I think that constitutional medicines are the only way of prescribing in this kind of depression, because the literature also it points to constitutional, and I have very limited idea whether there are any specific medicines that we can give like other organospecific types where it will act for a small period on depression or something.
There are some times when there is a set of symptoms which is very highlighted. Then constitution you actually cannot give there. Then you have to look at that state there. So if you settle the state, then you can go back to the constitution.
Maybe an example would help there, because you're not able to get it. Maybe an example of how would you really say this here as a...
Okay, I'm looking at SAPIA as the constitution. Okay, now SAPIA as the constitution, you will have a lot of natrum symptoms coming in the state because they are related remedies. So SAPIA is the chronic of natramute. So if you look at drug relationships, if SAPIA happens to be the constitution in a state, you will have a lot of natrum coming, the brooding, the dissatisfaction, the crying, and then slowly if you don't actually take care of it with natramure at that time, slowly the patient is going to slip into an indifference, which is a worse condition than what you had at that time. Yeah.
Because we are treating case of depression, so when we are treating, like, we will have 2 types. One is exogenous origin, the other is the endogenous origin. So if it is an exogenous type, that is a clear-cut cause, like sudden loss of loved ones or failure, finance, crisis, like that. So in that case, you will have a clear-cut cause. So only because of that crisis, the patient developed depression. So that here we go for the remedy basing on that ailments from or whatever it may be. And the next is the endogenous origin. That is that running throughout the family. That is a father or some parental history. So that is running in the families. In those type of cases, we will get only few symptoms because they may get develop the symptoms at the age of 20, 30, whatever it may be, without any reason. All of a sudden they will be in low mood. So in that case, this is applicable. That is, the disease has begun but not diagnosed, because there is a background of it, so but not properly. We say it is like cyclothymia, change of mood, so there is a mood swings like that. So it is going, that is lack of activities or sleeplessness. So we get only physical generals that time. So I think you would have kept that slide for that purpose. When it is of endogenous origin, then it may go for the diagnosis, because we will not get clear-cut diagnosis as given by DSM-5 or ICD-10 to diagnose or label the person as a depression. So before that stage, you will get only individualized symptoms, that sleeplessness in the early morning hours.
Like an anxiety,
Yeah,
sleeplessness.
that may be useful in that case, but again that constitution I don't agree with that, because that covers the entire thing. So taking into account of the past history and the family history of the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Any more questions in the previous? Yeah, because there's a lot of debatable homeopathic concepts there. And everybody looks at constitution in such a different manner. Okay, so this is just to sum up. It's put as a diathesis stress model. So we are looking that if the predisposition, that is the genetic load of the patient is high, but his environmental factors are still okay, his living environment is conducive, there are not many stressors, still his incidence to depression is low. Same way, if his stressors are extremely high but there is no vulnerability to depression, then also he can manage. He may not go into depression, but if you have both, the stresses are very high and the amount of load is also very high, then definitely he is going to land into depression. Now here I am focusing only on depression, okay? It can happen with any other disease. So this is how we sum up the predisposition plus disposition and life events with your expressions, which is characteristics and qualified mentals, is equal to the simillimum. Dr. Bhuvaneshwari, that's what you said, the constitution, correct?
I think we have a comment in our YouTube link also from one of our IIM research officers. So I think, Dr. Tanya, if you can read it out. There is a comment, so let her contribute as well to the session.
So we received two comments from Dr. Diptigilla ma'am. So ma'am has suggested prodromal period constitutional remedy based on pre-morbid personality with basic counseling. And second, she has suggested antisodic or antimiasmatic remedy should be ideally given during remission to prevent the relapse of depressive episode. Ma'am, if you want to comment something on this. She has suggested two things.
Antimiasmatic during
Yes,
relapse.
yes,
We spoke about that, right? We spoke about the antimiasmatic during relapse. Come back. Review and check. That's review for remedy, potency, repetition, and then check for the miasmatic block. Yeah? I think that covers what she's saying, right? Now management, medication, psychotherapy, social support and building connections, ancillary measures, yoga and meditation. I think we're running short of time. Okay. Okay, just telling you that we spoke of the hippocampus, which is a center of learning and memory, just I think 2-3 minutes. This gets affected also in psychiatric disease. So stress, depression, junk food, sedentary lifestyle can shrink the hippocampus, whilst a good diet, meditation and all can help to improve it. Yeah. Next. So holistic approach is the key. So you have your homeopathic medication, just one point. Sometimes you have to allow the homeopathic medicine to actually stir your constitution a little bit. Then the patient is available to psychotherapy. Sometimes psychotherapy may not work in the first time the patient comes to you, even if you send them for psychotherapy. The homeopathic medicine actually allows the constitution to heal a little bit and get ready for the psychotherapy. Then you have social support. I think this is very important here to stay connected, to build groups, social networks. Then you have exercise, diet, yoga and meditation. Yeah, holistic approach is the key to the well-being. Yes, thank you.
Once again, a very informative and very enlightening session on depression, and especially I think all the women here love the inputs on women depression and how to deal with it. So now we have our session on suicide prevention, a very, very critical session, and I think as healthcare providers, if we can see it coming in even one of our patients, we are doing our little bit to the society. So I think we really look forward to this session where we would learn how we can prevent suicide, how we can see it coming in our patients. Very critical, and we are all ears to you, ma'am. Now, Dr. Jessie Joseph, she's going to take over. Thank you. Dr. Joseph, please.
Yeah, we're still in the morning only. Yeah, you've had a long morning, and so my task to talk on suicide prevention, and like we heard yesterday, Andaman's among the Union Territories, and even otherwise the rate is 45 per 1 lakh, and many people heard it for the first time yesterday and they were quite shocked to know it was so high. And globally also the rates are increasing in India as well. So very pertinent that we talk about it, and prevention plays a huge role. So the outline of my presentation would be this. We'd first look at the various definitions, because we have many different terms: suicide attempt, suicide ideation, completed suicides. So we look at what those different terms mean. Then we look at the epidemiology, the risk factors and the various protective factors, the biopsychosocial model for suicide, and to look at it as a separate entity, not just as one of the symptoms in other psychiatric illnesses. We need to look at it as a separate entity. The warning signs that we need to look for, and the huge impact it can have in picking up something and averting attempt. Risk assessment scales which are available to look at it more objectively and to keep a record when patients come to us. Management and prevention. Next slide, please. So like we are going to look at some of the definitions. Suicide ideation is when, they have active or passive thoughts about wanting to be dead, or active thoughts about killing oneself. So it could just be like some death wishes, or they actually are thinking of doing something to end their life. Now, many a time we find that in the clinic, when patients come to us, and if their children or the parents tell us, please don't ask them such things. When you ask them, you're inserting these thoughts in their mind, and they may do something which they didn't think of. But actually we are told otherwise, and we need to ask, because patients are not generally forthcoming, and if you don't ask, you might miss out on something which you could have averted. So we need to reassure the parents or the attenders that that's not the case, and it does help to ask rather than to miss out and think it's not there. Okay, so suicide attempt. Potentially it's a self-injurious behavior with at least some intent to die as a consequence of the act. So when they do come with an attempt, we ask them, what was your intention? Like, what did you actually think you wanted to do? Many a time it may not be that they wanted to die. They were just frustrated. They didn't know what they were doing. And they would have, they tell you that also. I was just frustrated. I just took out my anger. I didn't think of what I wanted to do. So that's important to know what their intention was. And non-suicidal self-injurious behavior, it has no suicide intent, but they engage in this behavior to communicate distress or even to cope with strong emotions. So we see this a lot even in borderline personality disorders, or even otherwise, where they are not really thinking of ending their lives, but in some way some sort of physical pain gives them a distraction from the emotional pain that they go through. And there is scientific reasons behind it. There is when they cut themselves, they have endorphins and enkephalins which are released, which gives them a sense of a little bit of a high and brings down that real sorrow that they're going through at the time. So even though they don't understand this, but they feel good for the moment, and they've learned that, so they repeat that to feel better. But many a time the parents, they're very critical and they say she's just attention seeking, she's putting up a drama and we can't put up with this anymore. But if you explain to the parents that there is a biological basis to this and we need to empathize with them, it will go a long way. So, like we said, even non-suicidal self-injury, they are prone to, at some time they may attempt suicide as well. So we don't just ignore it as, okay, they don't have intent, so they're not likely to do this. The patients with borderline personality, 10% of them do end up with a suicide attempt or completed suicide, 10%. So, suicide itself, it's self-injurious behavior that has the consequence of death and is accompanied by at least some intent to die as a result of the behavior. Yeah. So this is suicide where there is actually intent to die and they have completed the act and become a victim of it. So when we're looking at some of the statistics that we have, it's a 17th leading cause of death worldwide, which is about 1.3% of all the deaths. And it's a fourth among young people aged between 15 to 29 years of age, which is a very young age group, very productive age group, and we find that the fourth leading cause of death in that age group is suicide. It's the second leading cause of death among teenagers. According to the National Crime Records Bureau, for 2021, the rate of suicide in India is 12 per 1 lakh population, and it has risen by 6.2% from the previous year. We have found that especially the COVID, they say, had a lot to do with it. During the year 2020, the rates of suicide really went up much higher than the previous years. So there are a lot of studies which have been done to look into why that was, and we'll discuss some of that later. And like we heard yesterday, in Andaman it's 45 per 1 lakh, it's the highest among the union territories. Tamil Nadu is the second highest after Maharashtra, and metros put together contributes to about 35% of the total suicides in the whole country. So 18 to 30 age group, 35% of the suicides are committed by the people who are within this age group of 18 to 30, and another 32% between 30 to 45. So together, if you look at it, it's almost 70% of the suicides are happening in the age group, which is the most productive and should be supporting the rest of the society. So this is something that we can't ignore. And when we look at suicide, we're not just looking at the person that has been lost, but the suicide survivors, that is a family which has lost out on this person. There's a lot of grief, there's a lot of guilt, there's a lot of psychiatric morbidity which we see even among the family members. So avoiding one suicide really is like looking at the entire family and even the society in that context. So the demographics, men are 3 to 4 times more common than in women, the completed suicides. Women more than men in the number of suicide attempts that they make. What we find is that the men usually when they resort to suicide, they resort to more lethal methods of suicide. It may be gunshot injury, it may be hanging themselves, drowning. Whereas women, they have more of ideations and they have more of attempts, but the methods that they choose are not as lethal, and therefore the completed suicides are lesser among the women. Indian women, they've seen that according to the world suicide rates, 40% of the suicides among women are from the Indian women. So which is a huge number, and that is something that we should look into. So just to summarize the risk factors over here, gender-wise, like I said, men are 4 times higher rates of suicide, women have 3 times higher number of ideations, and 2 times higher number of attempts. The age group, it keeps increasing during adolescence and early adulthood, and then there's a gradual increase up to the early 50s. So the very young, the adolescents and young adults are at a high risk. Then there's a gradual increase up to about 50, and then again there is a peak when they are nearing close to their 80s. So even among the elderly, there is a peak at one point where we need to look at when they have depression, we need to question them about suicide. Separated, divorced, widowed are at a higher risk than those who are married or single. And unemployment has also been found to be related, higher among those who are unemployed. But again, we are not sure whether that's because of some underlying psychiatric illness that they're in the first place unemployed. That is debatable. Family history of suicide behavior. So there is 6 times higher risk of having suicide among those with first degree relatives who have committed suicide, and this is independent of whether they have a psychiatric disorder or not, and it's independent of whether they have witnessed the suicide or not. So just to know that independently it is a risk factor and there is a genetic loading for suicide risk. The clinical factors that we see, the risk factors are, if there is history of current suicidal ideations that we ask them for, there is a higher risk of them attempting suicide. Previous suicide attempts is a very high indicator of somebody again attempting suicide. So we ask them in the past, how many times have you attempted, how have you attempted, what were the circumstances. That will tell us about currently what their intentionality is. History of non-suicidal self-injurious behavior. Hopelessness. Again, if you have people who are hopeless for whatever situation, they're having some financial stress or they're having some other loss of a limb or grief where they feel that there is no hope forward, and that has not, it does not have to be depression. They may not have depression otherwise, but just in a hopeless situation, a given situation that they see no way forward. Hopelessness is a high indicator of suicide risk. Impulsivity and aggression. This is comorbid with mood disorder and substance use disorders. We have seen it much more. So people who tend to have, impulsive decisions, who get angry, who throw out, there is domestic violence at home, these people we need to be careful and look if they do have suicide intent. History of childhood neglect or abuse, physical or sexual abuse or neglect in childhood. Much later in adulthood also, we have seen that there is a higher rate of suicide among them. Even they may not recognize the correlation, but when we ask for that history, we do find that it's there. And then we're looking at the diagnostic other conditions. Psychiatric disorders are there in 90% of those who have committed suicide. We find that there has been an underlying psychiatric disorder, and many of them, when you look at it, they have done it in an episode of depression or any of the other mood disorders or schizophrenia. They have been to treatment and it may have been missed out unless it was specifically asked for. Let's go back to that slide. And many a time we find that there are comorbidities. They are not just having one particular disorder, it's not just depression. They may be having depression along with alcohol use, they may be having delusional beliefs. So if the number of conditions they have, it proportionately there is an increased risk also for the suicide attempts. Mood disorders, there is a 20-fold increase of suicide among those with mood disorders, and it's a 12-fold increase in those with dysthymia. Mood disorder, when I say major depressive disorder, there's 20 times higher risk of somebody in depression to attempt suicide, and 12-fold increased risk in someone with dysthymia, 15-fold increase in someone with bipolar disorders. Bipolar disorders, we find most of the time the attempts are in a depressive episode, bipolar 2 as well as bipolar 1. More in bipolar 2 than in bipolar 1, and in a manic episode, it is still possible that they do commit suicide, though it's rare. Schizophrenia, lifetime suicide rate, that is among all those who are schizophrenic, 5% of them at some point in their life have attempted, 5% of them have committed suicide. And one more thing is that at the time usually we see this is for schizophrenia patients when they're improving and their insight is coming back, we find that many of them go into a depression, they're not able to accept their diagnosis, the changes that have come in their life, a loss of job, the level of independence that they have lost, and usually that is the time we find that the schizophrenia patients attempt suicide. Anxiety disorders, most of the anxiety disorders independently and significantly increase the risk for suicide, and especially those who have an acute anxiety or agitated state of mind, especially in panic disorders, they have seen that suicides tend to happen in that state of agitation. Post-traumatic stress disorder, it's about 8 times greater than the population which does not have it. Alcohol and substance use, 50% among those, like when you do a psychological autopsy after a suicide, when you go to look into what caused it, in 50% of the patients they have found that the person has been using alcohol, there has been an alcohol use disorder. And when they've done the toxicology studies, they found that 33.3% tested positive at the time when they had attempted suicide. So that's also something where we find people with impulsivity, aggression, without thinking much, under intoxication, soon after a quarrel, they've just gone and done it. It was not so much premeditated, but it has ended up in a completed suicide. Borderline personality, like I said, 10% of them do end up with suicide. Next. Now, what are some of the protective factors? One of the huge protective factors that we see, especially in our country, is religious belief. Many of the religions, they think it is sin to commit suicide, especially the Christians, Muslims. That is the reason they tell us. If you ask them, they say, I would have done it if not for my religious belief, because we will not be saved, we will lose our salvation, and that's the only thing that is holding me back. So for whatever reason it is, but that has been a protective factor, and that's something that we can use also to encourage the patients to ask them. Sometimes they may not have thought of it, but if you ask them what is your religious belief and what is your, how does that affect your thought process with this regard, how do you feel about it, it could help in building some protective element in them. Children, especially for the women, we have seen that they tell us the only reason I'm holding back is because I have young children and I can't think of them living without me. So the younger and the more children they have, we found that among the women, that's one of very important protective factor. Social support definitely plays a role. Family, friends, those who do have good social support are held back from attempting suicide. Employment, those who are employed, financially stable, definitely have a protective factor. In COVID, that was one of the things many of the times we saw, people who lost their jobs, lost their businesses for 2 years, completely in loans, debt, and we saw cases of suicide where they didn't know what else to do and they saw this as the only outlet. Next. So we're looking at the biopsychosocial model, and suicide definitely now there's a lot of stress to look at it independently and not just as one of the things that comes along with psychiatric illness, but there are genetic underpinnings specifically for suicide and not just that as part of depression and so they have suicide. So contribution to suicidal behavior is 43% by the genetics. Higher suicide rate among family members of suicide victims or attempts is 10 times higher if you have a first degree relative who has committed suicide. Now that is important to know, not just that you have seen that happen or you've been in the same environment, even if you've been separated and you didn't know that was there, but just getting that history, you know this person is at a higher risk for suicide. And this is not secondary to grief. Now many a time people think that, oh, the family member passed away very early, so the children are depressed or the spouse is depressed and that caused them to commit suicide. Because when they've looked at other deaths, like if there's been an accident or a homicide, that doesn't result in such high rates of suicide in family members. So independent of, it goes to show that suicidality is a genetic inherent risk in itself. I'll be sharing with you the chromosomes and the genes which are located to suicide. Yeah. Twin studies have been done to again look and support. So they looked at twins who have been together, twins who have been separated to see if environment plays a role or it's only genetics. And there has been definite contributions of both environment as well as genetics, but definitely there is a stronger genetic component for suicidal risk. Monozygotic concordance rate was definitely higher than those with dizygotic twins or those who are not twins but just siblings. Adoption studies have been done to see among those who have been adopted there is a higher rate of suicide, and among those also the first degree relatives there is a higher rate of those who have attempted suicide. Next slide. So now we're going to look at some of the genes which are responsible for contributing to a higher risk of suicide. Like we all aware, serotonergic system has to do a lot with mood regulation, and also with altered serotonin function we find there is an increase in suicide victims. So the levels of serotonin itself are lower in patients with depression in their bloodstreams as well as in their platelets, and also we find 5-hydroxyindolestic acid It's a metabolite of serotonin. This is much lower in patients who have attempted suicide. In the CSF, when they have measured 5-hydroxyindolestic acid, the levels have been much lower, and they have also found a correlation with a higher lethality method that has been used in patients who have got lower 5-hydroxyindolestic acid. So tryptophan hydroxylase is one of the enzymes which is the rate limiting step in serotonin synthesis. So there's tryptophan hydroxylase 1 and 2. The tryptophan hydroxylase 2 is most specifically seen in the CNS, and when there is gene mutations which encode for this enzyme, they found that there is a high rate of suicide among the patients who have this particular genetic defect. The other one being the serotonin transporter. The transporter is what is most crucial for us in regulating the amount of serotonin in the synapses. So whenever there is a defect in the gene which is going to code for the serotonin transporter, they have found that there is a higher rate for depression as well as a higher rate for suicide among those patients. The most common gene that they have found is the SLC6A4, which encodes for the serotonin gene. The other one being the serotonin transporter linked polymorphic region. There are two specific polymorphisms that they have identified which is associated with a higher risk of suicide. The serotonin receptors 1A, 1B, 2A and 2C. These are 4 receptors which are specifically associated with higher rates of suicide when there is a mutation in these. Now these are the receptors which are contributory for the regulation of mood in the pathways, as well as it's also seen in patients with psychosis, the 2C receptors. Next one please. Monoamine oxidase A. It's an enzyme which breaks down the monoamines in the body which are involved with depression, the serotonin, noradrenaline. So when there is a mutation in any of the genes which is going to code for this particular enzyme which breaks down the monoamines, they've also found that there is an increased risk of suicide in patients with this mutation. And like we heard earlier, the HPA axis, the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, which helps us to control the stress diathesis, the model, there's increased levels of cortisol. Whenever there is an abnormality in any of the genes which are encoding for these pathways, and we found there's a dysregulation in this pathway, we can do this test called the dexamethasone suppression test. Normally when you give them a bolus of dexamethasone, we expect the HPA axis to be suppressed. But we find that in patients with depression and those with suicidal, high suicidal intent, this does not happen. There is no suppression of with DST. They are also at higher risk for suicide. There is also a decreased brain-derived neurotrophic factor which is protective, that is decreased in patients with suicide victims.
That becomes a screening test where you are suspecting that this person is at a higher risk of suicide. Can it be used as a screening test?
Now the logistics of the cost and about doing it to translate into practicality would be difficult, but at the research level it has been proved. Yeah. We are not doing it routinely as a screening test. We have easier methods to look at a rating scale, or that would be enough. Now this is only to tell you that there are biological underpinnings to it as well. Yeah. So adrenergic receptor, the alpha-2 levels in the brain tissues of depressed patients are also found to be decreased. Next. Apart from the genetics, we do find something called epigenetics, which means that there is no change in the actual gene or in the sequence of the DNA, but there can be some other factors which will change the way the code is read. Okay, so those can be like methylation is a process, or acetylation of the specific genes, or the when that is done to a DNA sequence, it can make the gene silenced or it is not coded for. So that translates into changes in the way the proteins are, whether they are produced or they are not being produced, and all those things can make a change in ultimately their mood and also in their suicidal intent. So these are some of the changes: DNA hypermethylation, which can affect the BDNF or the tyrosine receptor kinase B receptor, and neurotrophic receptors, and the serotonin transporter gene. There are roles also for hydroxymethylene cytosine and microRNA modifications, RNA splicing, long non-coding RNAs. Now all of these are the changes that can happen in the epigenetics, okay, where there are no actual change or mutation that you can see, but these different things which happen in cell division and that can affect the ultimate protein which is being synthesized or being missed out on and can lead to higher suicide risk. Next. Genome-wide association studies have been done in large, and they found that in the European ancestry they have found 25% of single nucleotide polymorphisms based heritability of suicide. In the Japanese population they have found 35 to 48% of single nucleotide polymorphisms based heritability factors in suicide risk. In Denmark they have found some specific loci which are significant to suicidal intent. Next. When you look at the structural features of the brain among the patients who have attempted suicide or committed suicide, there have been alterations in the activation patterns of the frontal and the prefrontal cortex of patients. Abnormal resting state functional activity, the prefrontal cortex or the frontolimbic pathways, which processes how you go through fear or rage, the amygdala. Now those pathways, there is a hyperactive state which is going on over there. Disruption of the neuronal circuits in emotion and behavior. There's lesser of the gray matter in the ventral prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex is the region of the brain which looks into executive functions and how to actually translate it into behavior, the thoughts and how their impulsivity, whether they can actually look into it and take a rational decision. So when there is a lesser of the gray matter there and dysfunction in that region, it can impair their judgment. Pardon?
Yesterday, when you were giving your lecture, you were giving similar findings that there will be lesser of the gray matter with the hand. The findings?
Yesterday I was talking about OCD. Yeah.
The OCD also have told about the similar findings.
Yeah, the changes are similar. Yeah. Now, like I said, there are a lot of comorbidities. OCD patients can be depressed. There is a high risk of suicide even among OCD patients. So some of these findings are overlapping. Yeah.
They are almost similar.
Not almost. There are definite differences, but there are some areas which are similar. Sure. And the hippocampus is another structure in the brain which has to do with the memory, and they found that the size of the hippocampus has shrunken in patients who have suicidal intent and who have committed suicide, with significant histopathological changes where they have fewer of the granular neurons, more of the glia with larger nuclei by age, which has been seen in the dendrite gyrus of patients who have committed suicide. Next. Then the inflammation and its role. Neuroinflammation, like earlier even ma'am was talking about. So there's increased levels of pro-inflammatory cytokines in many brain regions which have been seen, especially with interleukin-6 and the HPA axis dysfunction, microglial cells activations, vitamin D deficiency. Vitamin D is supposed to be protective, and when there is a deficiency of vitamin D, they found that patients are at an increased risk for suicide as well.
All the age groups.
Yes, correct. In India, vitamin D deficiency is definitely.
Predisposing factor for suicidal tendencies.
It is one of the risks.
Sorry, for depression.
For depression? No. For suicide, yes. Yeah. The brain pathogens. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Vitamin D, they've even tried using it as a supplement to help, yeah. There are research studies going on to see if vitamin D supplements can be used as one of the treatment modalities. Yeah. So brain pathogens like Toxoplasma gondii, now all these also can cause inflammation and affect brain regions related to suicide. The role of asthma, allergy and pathogens, all this they found this to be high also during COVID-19. And autoimmunity, immune factors, again when there is destruction of the macrophages and the glial cells, the myelination sheets are lost, and in these patients they find there is a higher risk for suicide. Patients who are prone to autoimmune disorders also tend to have a higher risk for suicide.
And that's independent of the fact that they are suffering from chronic diseases, psychological
Yeah, yes. Correct. So the altered pathways, now these are all the different neurotransmitters which are implicated. Yeah. Causes to it. So these are all mostly the neurotransmitters which are involved with regulation of mood and also with specifically they are being seen for suicide as well. There's glutamate, there's glucagon. Stimulation of glucagon like peptide 1, it alters the serotonin signaling in the amygdala. Amygdala is one of the regions of the brain to process emotions and fear, and so there's a dysfunction in the stimulation of this estrogen signaling pathways.
I wanted to ask a question like to the serotonin dopamine pathways we are talking earlier about in the earlier session about depression. There were imbalances. What is the difference between the imbalances and the alterations? Is it the same thing?
Yeah. There's a disequilibrium. The normal functioning is impaired. So, yeah. Yeah, correct. Yeah. So, I'm not going into detail with all these, but these are all the different pathways and different mechanisms which have been implicated in the higher risk for suicide. Yeah. The next one, please. So now coming to some of the psychological theories which have been proposed for why people commit suicide. This is a picture of Emile Durkheim in 1897. He gave a social theory for why people tend to commit suicide, and he classified them into 4 different categories. There's an egoistic theory where they say there is an absence of social integration. These are people who tend to be isolated, not so well connected, and they tend to feel worthless, or what's the point, and it's easier for them in that sense to commit suicide. The other one being altruistic, where these people are so well integrated in society and like soldiers or somebody else in a religious group where they think it's worth to die for a given cause, for your country, for your religion, and they would indulge in suicidal behavior. Anomic, where there is a lack of social regulation, there is very high stress levels, frustrations, extreme financial loss. This may be seen in farmers when there's extreme loss of produce and they have no way to go. We do see this happening in mass, not just one, but among that whole community we find there's an increased number of suicides. Fatalistic, when individuals are kept under tight regulation, maybe among slaves, among those who are in prison, those who are being persecuted. So these are some of the different theories. So what he proposed was that it's not just about an individual processing their own emotions, but it's also about their relationship with society, with what's going on around them, how those things also have a bearing on whether people decide to end their lives. There's an interpersonal theory of suicide developed by Thomas Joyner. According to this theory, he proposes there are 3 components that together lead to suicide attempts. The simultaneous presence of a decreased sense of belongingness. Now this is something where people feel that I don't belong, or and also there's a perceived sense of being a burden. So this is more so like even like in the 80s, I said, there's a peak when they're reaching closer to the 80s. The most common thing we hear among them is that they say, I've become like useless in my family. There's nothing that I'm doing to contribute. On the other hand, I've become a burden, and what's the point? So that's something we do find. Or with somebody else who's been handicapped for some other reason and is dependent. So this sense of, I don't belong and there's no purpose, that drives them to become suicidal. One must also have the capability to overcome one's own natural fear of death. Now, this is again something, we see a lot of patients who say, I would have done it, but I'm just too scared to attempt something. In some way that is protective. Okay, but somebody else who's not so scared of doing it, they may have actually executed the act. And this is something that Dr. Madhuri touched upon also. There are a lot of these online games and challenges that we see, the Blue Whale and many other things, and it's very sad to see. Now there's another one game which I hear so much about called PUBG. I think that is some battle that they're doing and they need to achieve some levels, and recently there was like 3 people committed suicide very close together in Pakistan somewhere related to this. They couldn't achieve a certain level, or they're supposed to represent a group, they let the group down. These are all impulsive attempts and not premeditated. So really we need to keep a check on what they are watching, why they are doing this, what is driving them. So gaming related suicides are becoming increasingly common. So when people tell us, in history that they're spending a lot of time, we should ask them what are they doing and what is driving them to do that. So some of the warning signs that we need to look for when patients come to us, if they tell us that they have recurring thoughts of suicide, again, generally the suicidal intent is very ambivalent. It's not something which is consistently the same. On some days they are much more suicidal, on some days they feel they're better. So just because the previous visit they told you that now they're not suicidal, they're okay, it doesn't mean that the next time you don't ask them that. We need to consistently ask them the question. It may be variable, so we have to be on the lookout. Hopelessness, another thing is helplessness, where they feel that there's no one to help them out, a sense of lack of purpose. If you find somebody very agitated and anxious, don't just ignore that. And that is a very high risk for someone to immediately, imminent suicide could be there. So if in a family, or you have to tell the family members also to keep a watch on that. If the patient appears to be very agitated or anxious, just reassuring them is not enough. They need to get in touch with the doctor, or they need to take them to the doctor and not ignore that sign. Depressed mood, anger, revenge, unforgiveness. We found that to be, people who are bearing a lot of bitterness within them, revengeful thoughts. So there is a high risk for them. Impulsive, reckless behavior, social isolation. So we tell them that not to be alone as much as possible. We ask them to develop some sort of a contact, to identify somebody that they can call when they feel low. So even if that is not there right now, we need to put that in place, that in case you feel suicidal or you have such thoughts, who will you call? And have 2 or 3 people as a backup. You're not able to get through to one, you at least call the next and the next. And keep those people informed that you need to pick up if you get a call from this person. The other thing we see is when somebody starts planning for their suicide, if you see that they've started meeting their relatives or some significant others, after a very long time they've suddenly shown up, or they're making a phone call and talking to you, or giving you some gift or returning something, and you look, something is very off. This person was not in touch for so long and suddenly today he's come. We should be alert and think, is there something going on? So many a time that has happened when you do a suicidal autopsy and later you see they have gone and met somebody, and then people are filled with so much of guilt. Why did I not pick that up? Why didn't I think about it then? So some of the tools which are used to evaluate the risk of suicidal behavior, Beck Suicide Intent Scale is one of the most commonly used ones, and then there are the other ones, Beck Scale for Suicidal Ideations, Suicide Assessment Scale, that will tell you the severity of their risk, Hopelessness Scale, and Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale, also commonly used in research. There is one separately look at the lethality of the attempt. What we mean by lethality and intentionality, so to what extent they really had an intent to die. Okay, that is the intentionality. And the lethality is what is the risk, had they gone through with this method, that they would have actually ended up with a completed suicide. Now a gunshot injury or a hanging, there's a much higher chance that they would have died. Now when we look at some of the others who are not so informed, like we do have some cases where young girls, they don't know, or young boys, they don't know how much of the pesticide to take, or how much of it would actually kill them, or how many pills would actually kill them, or what tablet. But they have had a high intention. Okay, but it didn't go through because they didn't know the right dose or what has to be taken for them to actually be successful. So we don't dismiss it based on that it didn't happen, but we need to assess what was their intention, because now it failed. They are more likely to then go back and do the research properly and attempt it again the next time. So we need to know what was their understanding and intention when they attempted it. Even though to us it may seem like a very frivolous thing that they've done, and it may look like they didn't really want to die, but maybe that's what they thought it would be. So this is about the Beck Suicide Intent Scale. It is a 20-item assessment which revolves around self-harm or suicidal attempt, and it has 3 parts. It's divided into. The first part is, these are the factors. They start isolating themselves, the timing of when they attempt, whether it is in the presence of others, whether when they were alone, the precaution against being found out. They locked the door, they made sure that no one finds out, or they did it in the presence of others. Now, in those who are doing it for attention seeking, no, they would do it in the presence of others. Like threats of suicide is different, where they say, if you don't do this, I'm going to end my life. Now, that doesn't happen in isolation. That they're doing it to tell you, it could even be manipulative behavior plain. Okay, but in suicide, if they're really serious about it, they would try to isolate themselves and make sure they are not discovered. Then do they take any effort to reach out for help after the attempt? Soon after that, do they have remorse? Do they try to come and tell you that you have done this, take me to the hospital, or they just don't want to be found and they want the effect of the attempt to be completed? Final acts in anticipation, like I said, if they have already made some efforts to go and say their goodbyes, to get their insurance, write down a will, then you know their intent was definitely high. Active preparation for the attempt, they have actually gone through different methods, tried to read up about it, collected medicines. There are people who've gone to pharmacies, collected a little of the sedatives over months together and tried to accumulate it, and then one day. So you know that they're really very focused on getting this done. Suicide note is being written, overt communication of intent before an attempt. So these are some of the things that they check for. Yeah. Next.
Scales are there, how many of them can actually create that facade of it, and how many with the real intent can be identified by these scales?
No, they are quite reliable, the scales, yeah. These scales are quite reliable, have been replicated and have been found to be very useful, averting suicides. And even when you look in the hindsight, if you were to ask the family members, they would have been true. Yeah. Yeah, no, there is, yeah, now that would depend on how we have a therapeutic relationship with them. Yeah, eliciting it is a different story. Yeah.
So that was my question, that most of the people who are contemplating suicide might even create a facade that they don't intend to do it if it's not for attention seeking.
Correct.
So how many of them will really come up with the correct answers to it, and what kind of training should a physician have when he or she is trying to put in this questionnaire to the patient? So what kind of relationship has to be built up prior to getting these questionnaires filled up?
Correct. So normally you would have an interview at first. So the therapeutic relationship would be key, right? For them to know that they can confide in you, that they can trust you with what they're saying. And like I said, if you identify the issues as being, they're in a hopeless situation, they're in a helpless situation, there are things that you can definitely tell them that can be improved. If you're going to tell them that, no, this hopeless situation that you have, there are ways of getting around it, we can get the help that you need. If they can begin to see hope, if they can begin to see that there is a way out, they will definitely be forthcoming. And if it is depression or if it's some other illness that you've seen, and you tell them that definitely, with medication you will improve. Now many a time it's lack of knowledge. They don't know that this is something that can be corrected, or this is something that is common and that can be treated. And when you tell them that this is possible, there are patients who are willing to comply and to go ahead with treatment. So
this is primarily applicable to a group which is, or to a person who is actively seeking treatment. So you can't really, in a psychiatric OPD, I mean, I could have 50 patients in a psychiatric OPD, or in a general OPD, I would say that it's even a larger number. So I don't think using these skills would be a very practical approach to identify.
So now if somebody is actively suicidal, like I said, you have other risk factors. No, you know that they've made previous attempts. You know there's a high family loading. You know that they have an underlying psychiatric illness. Already you know they're at high risk. So you will admit them first. Right? And you'll start them on medication. You'll wait for that to work. While they are admitted, you're having 24-hour vigilance so that they don't attempt suicide. You have the family who's alert and who's there. So we are not doing this on day one. So we'll make sure they're better, they're improving. As they improve, then you would ask these things.
Is there any screening tool which can be applied to some degree
be in a general population or in a general OPD setup prior to their moving into a psychiatric setup, which can identify a higher suicidal risk or maybe even a suicide ideation or death
Yeah,
ideation?
that would be, the basic thing would be to ask the questions. The basic questions, like I said, no, is there sadness of mood, or any of the screening tools that you have generally for identifying psychiatric illnesses, and screening for suicide as well. You can ask the questions. That would be the first step. Yeah.
Can I add my point?
Yes.
So my experience in our institute is like, who are the patient having, this is a thought, that is repeatedly they are suffering from that thought, that is making them to identify the place to do that. So they will be finding the right time to do that. So we have, it is like, we have seen some cases, that's a depression, and in substance abuse also we have seen that cases. So those are substance abuse, that is alcoholic. So after a period of time they will have the mood change. So obviously they are going for depression. So in that time in our institute we are keeping that person monitoring throughout the day. So this is in IPD setup. When coming to the OPD setup, the family members will really know that. The friends. So we are getting patient from the hostels. Friend will bring the patient or the family members, even the neighbors. So they will have the repeated thought. So there will be a lifestyle change. So they will not be sleeping. They will be keep on planning on it. They will not do the daily activities. So they will not take food. They will not take bath. So all those things will give us a clue that they are going for suicide. It is not that, though it is an impulsive, there will be a different changes in the lifestyle and the life pattern, so that we can easily identify it, and it is more reliable. And they don't know, actually, as madam said, they don't know that they will commit it. So they don't know there is a treatment or someone will help us. So if you give the chance, definitely they will come up.
Again an impulse. And the first hand, the attendants, the family members or the family, the friend circle, what Dr. Bhuneshwari said, they will be approaching the physician if they really think that the associate is having some signs of thoughts, suicidal thoughts. So these all things lead to the signs of suicidal attempt or the intention to suicide, and thereafter with interaction with the psychiatrist or the general physician, this will, I think this is the process which they follow, and later with joint efforts of the physician or the psychiatrist and the attendant or the physician, family member or the friend, we land into filling these questionnaires. And it is expected that we'll be getting reliable information, because every psychiatric condition is all based on a questionnaires only. There is no straightforward investigational measures. It may be a surrogate thing, kind of thing, but primarily it is all based on the symptom collection.
Yeah. So, and suicide, it could be impulsive, it could also be premeditated. Both types are there. Both are, there are high numbers in both. Okay, we couldn't say this is more likely or the other is less.
But one more thing, I mean, how practical it is that a patient who is contemplating suicide would walk into a psychiatry OPD. The very act of that person realizing that or maybe, like ma'am is telling that the person will be brought along by a family member or by a friend or so. But the fact that, these kind of patients tend to isolate themselves also, and sometimes not even open up to them, to other people around. So how is the possibility of these kind of patients who are contemplating or even thinking about it to walk into a psychiatry OPD?
We see both. Now there are patients, like I said, if they have these protective factors, they have children and they tell you, I have these thoughts but I don't want to do it, help me out. So they come and tell us, I'm having suicidal thoughts, I don't want to do this. Or like I said, those with the religious beliefs and who say, I don't want to do this but I'm having this thought and I need to do something about it. So they do come and tell us as well. Patients with psychosis, when they have command hallucinations telling them, end your life, you need to end your life. But they didn't have the thought on their own, but they come and tell us, this is there and I'm afraid I might act on it. So they come and tell us, help us out. So,
Madam, in the general OPD, when we are sitting out there, in a majority of the cases what we see, that the persons with suicidal tendencies, they first generally come for any other complaint. They will come with hemorrhoids, some skin complaints, and all of these things, they will first come to us. And if we even see the makeup of those patients when they are talking to us, we, from a general outlook, cannot determine whether he is depressed or something, because he will talk very well, he is very amicable, he is very light-minded, and in certain cases we see on a detailed history taking of the patient that he has committed already 3 or 4 attempts.
Exactly.
And in that case, I think a systematic screening procedure is the only way.
Definitely.
Because and in many cases I have also seen that if there are attendants, if there is a mother, if there is some husband of that lady or something like that who is coming to the OPD, they also do not try to disclose the fact that we are there. When we go for a questioning, we develop a rapport for 3 or 4 visits. After that, all those symptoms started coming up. So in the general OPD, it is very difficult to...
So definitely as a routine, there's no harm in asking that one question extra. Have you ever had such thoughts? Though it may seem completely unrelated to them, like why suddenly you asking me about suicide? But it's always better to err on the side of caution than to think, oh, it may not be there. So it's okay to ask. And many a time when you ask them for family history also of any psychiatric illness, they don't think of mentioning suicide as something that should be mentioned. And if you specifically ask them about suicide also, they have a very rational way of defending it. So they'll tell you, oh, he committed suicide, but that was because, he had some financial loss, but he didn't have any other problem. So they are trying to explain it away by something else. Okay, but the fact remains that there is a first-degree relative who has completed suicide. So we need to ask that question. Unless you ask them that, they don't think it's important enough to tell you.
Excuse me, ma'am, there is one question. Yeah.
Yes.
There were some incidents in spurt of cases in Kota, Rajasthan. Several students committed suicide, and after that they closed the coaching centers for 2 months because of the pressure. So there are no exams for 2 months in Kota for medical students and engineering students coaching center. So could those suicides be prevented, because the students were not communicating to the parents also, or even their closest friends couldn't know. That is why they could successfully, die.
Yeah.
So how could those be prevented? And mostly because even there was one case of my patient in several years ago who committed suicide in a psychiatrist's office by hanging. So it is very difficult to prevent suicide, but if it is possible, then how? Because there are several helplines also now.
Correct. So while still coming to those points on how to prevent and what we can do, so these are some of the things that we keep in mind, we check. Like in the case you said about those students, I don't know if they were aware that they could have sought help for whatever they perceived as stress or pressure. They could have gone and spoken to somebody, or they could have sought help in that manner. Or if somebody else was aware among the friend circle, they could have asked for them to be evaluated or taken to a psychiatrist. That could have happened. So the most important thing would be to increase awareness about help that is available. To normalize that suicide is also one of, it is a condition that is medically there. So many people think it's a sign of weakness that this person has, given up on life, or they feel bad to say that I have suicidal thoughts. So we need to take away that stigma from them. The other thing being that it becomes a medico-legal case. Many times in the hospital, they have the police who are coming, and the family members don't want to tell us that it was a suicide attempt. So they will just tell us it was accidental. No, they just happened to drink. They thought it was juice. They didn't know it was pesticide. They don't want to even tell us because they know that will be, it will become medico-legal. So these are ways in which they try to put it away, and the issue is not addressed.
there will be some injury marks, or there will be some changes in their styles of walking, and it is basically the observation and the forensic knowledge which we as clinicians should have, will give us the clues. It is hand do you write? Then you get that, okay, he has this cut, so maybe he has used this hand to make a cut.
Right.
That gives you a clue, that gives the physician a clue that, okay, I have to ask this question. And then this is like the methodology which I have.
Sure, sure.
ICF. So that
Yeah.
is the key to the opening of the case.
True.
So that is what I feel I have learned in my.
Yeah, that is true. We find many people who have tried to cut their hands and they tell you that it was accidental, or they don't want to accept that that was intentional.
If we take pesticide also, if somebody has taken pesticide, the symptoms of that poisoning will be there in the patient. We have to get the differential diagnosis. We need to know why this symptom has occurred. What are the differentials, and then okay, for that we get okay, these are the questions to ask.
Sure, yes.
And a funny thing that sometimes we see even those patients with those suicide attempts, they come and talk to us in such a manner that at the end of the day we feel that are we depressed, are we having those kind of tendencies or not? Because they will guide you in such a manner, Dr. Saab, you are in such a stress, don't do like this, take something and all. You feel that are we normal? Because they are in such a mask of a thing, and I find it very interesting, especially in those patients. And some of them, they come and tell us that I have this responsibility, I have this responsibility, my husband is not there, I have to rear my children and all of this. But when you come to the history, she has already done 4 attempts. This is an interesting finding we find in our opinion.
Definitely. So we need to get history from the patient and from the attenders, or sometimes it may not be the people who are living with them. Now somebody who is in a hostel, there's no point getting history from their family members who are far away. So somebody who's been around them in the near recent days or months, we need to get information from them as to how they are doing. Yeah.
Madam, actually, I would like to add one point. In suicide case, what Dr. Divya said, and only the cases, those who are coming to the OPD and revealing that I have the thoughts or idea of suicide. They are having either thought or idea, they will reveal that time only we can use the screening or scales. In case, if the patient is introverted natures, what we will do, actually in the family history, personal history and childhood history, and any tattoos or any scar mark in the body, it will help. Apart from that, in psychiatry OPD, mental status examination is a wonderful chapter. Then it will be revealed that how the patient is cooperative, how the appearance, how the behavior and thought process and perception. Also, this delusion, hallucination, everything will be revealed to the physician, whether the patient is having idea of suicide or thought of suicide. In case if they are not revealing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So we were doing the Beck's scale for suicide intent. The second part of it is to look at the alleged purpose of the attempt, expectations to know whether they really thought they would die with whatever method they had selected, the concept of the method's lethality, the seriousness of the attempt, attitude towards living or dying, okay, whether, and the concept of medical rescuability. Do they think that if I take this, there's absolutely no way that even if I'm taken to hospital, they will be able to save me. So people have they've taken really ridiculously high doses that even if they find out and by the time they take me to hospital, there should be no way that they can rescue me. The degree of premeditation, like I said, people have gone to extreme extents to research, to find out, to collect the things they require. They've even tested it out, then done. So, the next one, please. And the third part, there is no scoring for this, but this is added information that we get, reaction to their attempt. So after they have attempted suicide and it has failed, we ask them, how do you feel? Is there remorse that you couldn't successfully go through with it? Or do they feel that it was a stupid thing that I did and I should not have attempted it? Now a lot changes once they have attempted suicide. Many a time they find that it depends on the family's reactions as well. Sometimes the families come and they're extremely supportive and they don't blame them. Some other families we find they blame them and they tell them, how could you have done this? You would have brought disrepute to us and you didn't think about us. So much of all these dynamics plays on them, and then it becomes a medical legal case. The police are here and it's so much going on. So you ask them, how do you feel about your attempt right now? And it's something we have changed, where they tell you, some people will just tell you the whole process of going through the stomach wash and all that they had to go through, being in the ICU and they were on ventilator and they were, never again will I attempt. Okay, so, or it may even be the other way around, they'll think, next time it should be so successful, I shouldn't have to go through all this. So with each patient, when you talk to them, it's so different how they have processed it and how that has now affected their future thoughts. So we ask those questions. Visualization of death, have they seen what happens after that? Like, did you think what would happen to your family, how they would process this if it became a case, what would happen to your parents? And sometimes just asking them those questions can avert an attempt. Things that they didn't think about, and they'll be like, no, I never thought about that. So the number of previous attempts, relationship between alcohol intake and the attempt. Many times we find, especially in men who are addicted to alcohol, they usually do it under intoxication to avert the pain or to give them more strength. If you ask them, they give you different reasons, but that's how it is. A relationship between drug intake and the attempt. Similarly, for those who have substance dependence on other substances, they do it under intoxication. Next. So each of these are scored, responses given 0, 1 and 2, and total is calculated, and this is, I think, 0 to 10 is low risk, 11 to 19 moderate risk, and 20 to 30 is high risk. In children, they have different scales. Suicide potential scale for child, evaluation of suicide risk among adolescents, imminent danger assessment. So coming to how we manage them, the first point of contact that you come with a patient who has attempted suicide, definitely to focus on the therapeutic relationship is most important. There may be so many other things going on, but it's important for us to make a good first impression where they know that they can confide in us and they can be open and tell us how they feel. So empathic listening, validation of their feelings. Okay, so the feelings that they have should be validated, no matter whether the method or how they did it, but how they feel, we validate them, help them to understand we are here to help. Evaluate the current suicidal risk. And the risk assessment, like I said, it should be updated on a regular basis. Now, if you've admitted somebody, you need to check at a regular interval because it can fluctuate. And especially they have found that in patients who are depressed or who've been discharged, the first week soon after they've been discharged, there is a peak increase in their suicide intent and attempts. Okay, so those vulnerable, and also the first week soon after admission, when they initially just come in, and soon after they are discharged. These are the two time frames when we need to be really alert, inform the family members as well on what are the signs they need to look for, when they should reach out for help. And begin with querying. When you start to ask, you may start asking about passive thoughts. Have you felt like it's better to die? Then you ask, have you done anything about it? Have you attempted anything? Have you made a plan? Gradually you can go into the more specifics of the details. So we need to give information, get information from family as well as other close people to the patient. Decide on an immediate plan of action. So the first thing when you have a suicidal patient is to know what to do right now. Does this patient need immediate inpatient admission and care, or can we manage this on an outpatient basis? And when you decide to do all of that, definitely do it in liaison with the family. Inform them of the risk. It's important to document that we have had this discussion. The family member understands the risk, undertakes to keep vigilance 24 hours. Other instructions that you have given, get it in writing, get their signatures. And not just that it's for your safety, but also when they sign something, they understand things better. They understand the seriousness better of what we are saying. And they could give them a copy of it for them to have for reference, to know what are the things they need to do, keep away ligatures, keep away sharps, keep away medicines, access to any of those things. And in case of emergency, call these numbers. Okay, so give it in writing, it helps. Many things, at the time when you're talking to them, they're under such high stress, they may not even process what you're saying. So giving it to them in writing would help. So engagement of support group or a family, that has helped in the long run. If they are in touch with other patients who have done so and they find that they are not alone, they have a way of bonding with them. And especially, like I said, with those with psychiatric illnesses, those with chronic illnesses like schizophrenia, substance use, a support group has worked wonders for them, and they are able to have a sense of purpose, and from their learning experience they are able to strengthen others. And also put in place a plan regarding procedures to be implemented if the patient does become suicidal. What are the immediate things the family or the patient needs to do? So some of the pharmacotherapy that's available, ketamine is demonstrated to have a high efficacy, IV ketamine, for immediate reduction in suicidal intent. There have been studies, and it's being done abroad. In India, not so much yet. It does help. Lithium has been found to have a protective effect in both major depressive disorder, bipolar 2 and 1. Clozapine. So ECT will immediately, for the time being, bring down the suicidal intent, but it's not a permanent solution. After the pregnancy, we can then start them on medication.
Effect on the pregnancy?
No, it is safe. It can be used. Yeah. For
that also includes schizophrenic pregnant children also easily carry possible treatment option to bring down the
immediate suicidal risk.
Is it even postpartum as well as postpartum depression as well?
Postpartum, you can use medication. So this is when you have no other option, you can use ECT for an immediate fix. That's good. Hello? Yeah. So clozapine can be used in those with schizophrenia and psychosis. Clozapine is shown to have a protective effect in those with suicidal intent. Antidepressants have also been shown to improve those with suicidal intent. And like we said, in acutely suicidal patients, for an immediate fix we can use ECT, and subsequently we'll have to follow it up with medication and regular therapy. Next. Some of the psychotherapies that have been used, CBT can be used for suicide prevention, again to address the cognitive errors that they have, many of them related to a sense of being a burden, hopeless, they have these, so we correct the cognitive errors, give them a sense of rational thinking, and replace them with positive, effective thoughts. And with regular CBT sessions, there is an improvement. DBT is called dialectic behavior therapy, which is used mostly in patients with borderline personality disorder, and it will focus on 4 different areas of functioning. One is on the poor distress tolerance is one of the things that borderline patients have. They have maladaptive ways of coping with their distress. They are either going to substance use or self-injurious behavior. So with dialectic behavior therapy, we can give them healthier options of coping with their stress. Then when dealing with interpersonal stressors or relationships, how they can handle it in a more effective manner. Emotional dysregulations, when they have upheavals on their mood, what can be done through therapy. Dialectic behavior therapy has shown to be useful in patients with borderline personality. Family-focused treatment to maintain the safety of the patient. So we definitely need to involve family in the care of somebody who is suicidal. Skills to aid their problem-solving methods and crisis strategies. In case of a crisis, what they are to do, not just the patient but even the family if they are involved, and they understand the seriousness and the response that they need to take. Post-discharge from hospital, like I said, the first week is very crucial, and they have a system in many hospitals where they make a regular phone call to find out on their welfare, make sure they come for the follow-up and they're not lost out. Emails can be sent or a postcard, and sometimes we do get a no-harm contract. It's a thing, it could be verbal or it could be written, where you tell the patient that you will pledge not to harm yourself, but instead you will call this person, or you will come to the clinic, or you will, you give them other options of what they have to do when they have the suicidal thought. They sign it, and for what it is worth, it makes an impact on them. Many people do take it seriously, and it's also one of the ways that we can ensure that we're giving them the options of what to do. Next. This is one of the newer tools that they have found. This is a study in 2021. So they have like a computerized adaptive screen for suicidal youth, and anyone who goes to the emergency medicine department, this was developed for the younger age group and adolescents. So they visit the teenagers visiting the emergency department. They need to answer a questionnaire. And it's adapted to, based on the answers you give, it will generate further questions related to your issues. And so it's tuned in such a way that it kind of will specifically get out more questions. It's not like a fixed questionnaire that's it's standard for everyone, but based on the answers you give, it generates related additional questions. So the likelihood of you getting more relevant answers and not missing out have been higher. So with this software, when they found that they were successfully able to detect 83% of those who attempted suicide within the next 3 months. So if we are able to come up with something like this, that would be good. Yeah. So in conclusion, to tell you, we are definitely looking at prevention rather than treatment, and like we study in community medicine, we are looking at health promotion in the first place and specific protection. So unless people know that this is a common issue, this is something which can be treated, this is something which can be avoided, there is a lot of help available, that this is a medical issue, that this is not something personal, this is not something that you need to be ashamed of, and people can talk about it. So health promotion, improve general positive mental health. So instead of just focusing on let's not get into suicide, we need to look at having healthy mental health, focusing on good mental health, better awareness, early diagnosis and treatment wherever possible of any underlying psychological illness, or even if they're going through a stressor. Many time patients, they just think, no, I'll wait for some more time, it will resolve, let me take some more time, and they think they can handle it. So at least for the family or friends to know that, to help them and tell them there's no harm in going early on and getting a check done. If there's nothing to worry, well and good, but let's not be late in getting help. Family and social support to be improved, and then the suicide helplines are available. In Chennai we have the Sneha Suicide Prevention Helpline, India Suicide Helpline Directories. There are many of these which are available. So just making a phone call, and at that moment if you can engage someone in a conversation, even that could avert an attempt, and then they can come into the loop of further management and treatment. Thank you. So life is precious, and we put in all our efforts to somehow avert even one suicide is worthwhile. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Jessie, and I think with the calm and composure that you have delivered your presentation with, so if this is how you're talking to your patients, it definitely
giving them a lot of peace as it is while counseling. So sure, I think when you were presenting, we were able to adopt some, non-verbal things that you were using to communicate how to talk to a patient. So even there were very good leads for us to pick. And I think we only have now 30 minutes left for our wrap-up session. So what we are planning to do is that we have all our resource persons seated here for this session. And if I can have 4 chairs here. So what I would suggest is, and you can all give your view on this, that we all have some or the other psychiatry related projects that we have dealt with or we are going to deal with. So if there are some questions particular to your projects that you're planning to have, which have not been covered so far during the 2 days, or maybe we can take those first, because that was a basic intent when DG sir suggested that let's have all the officers who are going to deal with the psychiatry based projects, let's have all of them attending the CME. So if they are left uncovered still, so I think we'll prioritize to have those questions taken up first. I think Dr. Nidhi Mahajan has some questions still left related to gaming disorder or something which she would particularly want to ask Usha ma'am. Similarly, if you have something very, very much focused about our projects, we can take those questions up. And secondly, if there are some session-based questions. So I would request all the 4 resource persons to please join us on the stage. Dr. Madhuri Vadeswar, Mrs. Usha Madan, Dr. Jesse Joseph, and also Dr. Babita. Once again on the stage, please. And for our online viewers also, if you have some questions, kindly type those, and I request Dr. Tanya and Dr. Purnima to be on the track for that. So, I think we can start with you, ma'am, first. Yeah, Dr. Nidhi? Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I would like to ask about a little bit about oppositional defense in adolescence from you, how to deal with it.
So can we have 2 mics here at least, one for 2 people?
Usha ma'am, question is for Usha ma'am.
Or you want to know about ODD?
As well as ODD in teenagers.
How to deal with ODD and?
Teenage defiance, which is a normal process, as well as ODD in teenagers.
Okay. See, first and foremost, the moment you hear or use the word oppositional, that means there is a power struggle. There is a struggle for power and establishment of who is superior to whom or who controls what in the given situation.
Can you have the full form of ODD for everybody?
Oppositional defiant disorder, it is called as. Defiant. Okay. So in this case, what happens from the psychotherapeutic point of view, what I am trying to tell is, as a teenager, as the child grows from different stages, primary, secondary, high school, and the pre-teens and teens, there is an identity development inside the child. So the child will be exploring and want to establish who am I and what am I, and which are the things in my life which I can control, and the relationship with which I can have a meaningful, purposeful relationship, or which are the relationship I am controlled by, or which are the relationships I can control or influence. So this is the core factor behind this disorder, but it starts with first and foremost during teenage everything is questioned, because as Dr. Madhuri was telling, very clearly explained, whenever there is an identity development, we need to find out where do I fit in, where I can make space for myself, if you visualize the whole scene. That being the case, we will try to understand, question, challenge everything which is already established and make a place for myself, my own presence to be felt there. So at that time it becomes very important how that need-based challenging attitude or the behavior is handled by the elders in a very sensitive, at the same time in a firm but gentle way, so that the child doesn't feel threatened or suppressed, but at the same time there is a balanced equation established between the parent or the significant caregivers and the child, and it becomes a healthy equation development rather than someone trying to put down others or challenging or kind of becoming disobedient or defiant or whatever it is. So it all depends on what kind of rapport you have with your child, what kind of equation you establish with your child, and what kind of space you are ready to give. Personal space concept also comes here, and how much of personal space you are going to respect and give for your child. This is what I feel. Anything to be added?
Yeah, from when we take the history, we would look if there are any other comorbid conditions. So if this adolescent has also got ADHD, or they also have some other disorders like a tic disorder, any of these things, which with medication we could help them. If they have underlying seizure disorder, adding them on a mood stabilizer, we find that they do show some improvement even in their tendencies for defiance and being rebellious. They tend to become calmer. So if there is a scope for that, definitely we could help here. Thank you, ma'am.
So, do we have more questions based on the projects, the upcoming projects? Yes, Dr. Baduri.
Thank you, ma'am, for all the sessions you have done. We have discussed a lot of challenges, but my question is on another level, because we are already talking about an individual patient-wise clinical type of relation with the patient, but we are also concerned because our organization as well as our ministry are concerned with the public health application of this mental health disorders. We have a policy in our hand, but the application in a community level, at the level of ASHA workers or in the primary health center is very limited. The mental health policy is there, but the public health, there is no public health program on this issue. So, ma'am, in case if we try to develop a public health program in the future which can address these mental health disorders, our question is which diseases, because we cannot target all diseases in a public health program, which diseases are 4 or 5 diseases which we shall target, and number one. And number two, how is the roadmap, how is the screening operation, and how we can deliver the treatment at the doorstep? What can be the roadmap of such a public health program in the future?
Okay, I think, I'm not sure we're all experts in public health, but I will share about one project we have which is in the planning stages and which will be, which will start implementation in about a month or two, and then I'll also hand over if somebody wants to answer that. So we have a project, a rural project, which is starting, which is based on early intervention for neurodevelopmental disorders in children. So we have a project which will run screening programs in Anganwadis of about 3 districts outside of Bangalore. And in this, our key, thing for, I think the problem that we find, one is the scale, and second is the long-term impact. Because also once we identify children with certain developmental issues, providing long-term care and support, it becomes the challenge. So what we have done is we work with a multidisciplinary team, also bringing in multiple players to actually do a project like this, where we have, one is a screening which is done in association with a college, one psychologist students who will do the screening, and then the psychologist gets involved to do assessments in the children who are red flagged. Then we have the homeopathic team, and then we have the team of therapists. And alongside we are working with the Anganwadi teachers, we're working with the community health workers and with the local women's groups, right, to create an entire system of support. Because again we said, if we are just going to do medical intervention, and even if it's a homeopathic intervention and then the therapies, but what is the awareness that has been created, and what is the support system for the other, say the parent? The mother is also going to feel very isolated. If you have a child who is considered, typically is still considered, retarded, that is a sort of stigma that is there. But what is the support system? So this is the kind of project that we are undertaking. It is, we'll be rolling it out pretty soon. But yes, it's very important work to be done, and even from the homeopathic standpoint, there is a lot that we can contribute to really making a large scale impact, right? Anybody else would like to comment? It's is just a loud thought or what we always discuss when we psychotherapists have a discussion or something, a platform, common platform. I think when it comes to school and education, which has a very significant role in our society, and every parent invariably will send their children at least up to the level of higher secondary. So there I think if we sensitize the policymakers of education system and the teachers that emotional well-being training is much more important than the academic training, and give more importance to stabilize the emotions and the emotional regulation skills as a life skill training for students from a very young age, because it should happen in the society. Of late being the nuclear family concepts and both the parents working most of the times, it becomes difficult for them to teach these skills, but the society can definitely teach it in a much easier and better way. So I think emphasis should be laid on from the government side or the project side to make these emotional well-being training or the emotional skills training as the major part of training in the schools, at least till the child reaches 10th year or 8th year, because that is the time they are very raw and they also take away without any judgment or challenges. They accept whatever is given to them. So I think that can be thought over during that stage.
Right, thank you. Dr. Bhuvneshwari, please. Ma'am, only in your case the mic doesn't work. Just take it very close to your mouth.
Just hold it closer.
So thank you for all the wonderful session. Here I want a little clarification regarding, see now I am dealing with the intellectual disability project. So actually here the case is screened by clinical psychologist to confirm that severity basing on that Binet comment. So then we go for VSMS scale, and there in that project also permits for the special educator. But actually when we give the appointment to the case, it is very difficult to practically implement all the things on the same day. So I need how to give appointments to them, because the child is already suffering with intellectual disability. So clinical psychologists for all this assessment take 2 to 3 hours. So then we are having special educator session. So that difficulties we face. So that is in my project, that is one issue. The other issue is we are having our PG psychiatry students. So initially all the students will be taking like 30 cases of observational study. So next batch student comes for randomized control trial. So there is a lot of ethical issues. So we cannot go for directly another control group for placebo. So obviously what we are planning in our institute is one group is medicine with psychotherapy like that. The other group is psychotherapy alone. So the period and the intervention along with that. So we are asked by the ethical committee to, because it is a vulnerable group, we go with that. So I want to throw a light on those things. Is there any other option for looking into this RCT in psychiatry disorders?
Okay, so let me answer the first question, which was, actually we face this also, where extensive like assessment takes a certain time, and especially diagnostic assessment, will take a lot of time, and, either the child runs out of patience, the parent runs out of time, all this we have. But it does need to be planned in such a way. Maybe if you have people coming from remote areas, you will have to ask them to stay back, probably give you 2 days to at least complete the assessments, because it is a very critical point, because if the assessment is not done properly, or if it is done in a hurry, then it's very likely your results are not going to be accurate, right? We in being in a city like in Bangalore, we face this in a very different way, where it is, for example, like an ASD is being overdiagnosed, right? When I say overdiagnosed, you're just looking at the child, not understanding the ecosystem that the child has come from, right? Not understood that, just post-COVID, we really saw a very sharp rise in the assessments where they were signing off on ASD diagnosis. But if you actually looked at the child, or you looked into the case, it would be a child who's been at home for 2 years, COVID times, just barely say a 2-month-old who doesn't have speech yet, who's not communicating, saying social skills are lacking. But you realize that with just two parents in the house, both working online, the child has not had social interactions, has not been put in school even at this point. After the assessment also, nobody is advised to put into school. They've said one-on-one therapies, right? And social communication is not going to develop unless you put them into a group setup, right? So we found that this is a problem. Even the psychologists who were assessing the child were looking at it from a very, very narrow point of view. You're not looking at what sort of ecosystem. So this is an ongoing issue. So definitely if you're able to have families come in for say 2 days or 3 days continuously for the assessment, that is definitely better before starting either writing the diagnosis or starting treatment. Right? That is the first part of the question. The second question, would somebody like to take?
Community-based rehabilitation 4-stage assessment. You can just have a look at CBR Network's Portage assessment scale, which is very, very extensive, and it takes information from different domains, from different backgrounds, formal observations and informal observations, very well designed assessment scale. You can just have a look at that, it really helps. Yeah, it is available on my Portage.
Okay, Dr. Nidhi.
Sorry, I think she had another question which we did not answer.
Dr. Nidhi, just one moment. Ma'am, it's... Yeah, I think that part of question is still unanswered, so...
So randomized clinical trials. So the ethical considerations of doing RCS. Yeah, I think none of us come from a high research background, so we're all...
See, the question you asked about ethical concerns in randomized control trials, it's a very broad question. What is the ethical concern in that given study? What are you measuring? Or if you ask me a specific question, I could answer that.
One moment, ma'am, please hand over the mic. Thank you.
One of my students now doing a project on depression.
Okay.
So already we have completed under CCRH, observational study is over. So we are planning for this randomized control trial. So in that case, we are doing assessment like mild, moderate and severe.
Correct.
So we are not able to proceed further because of this under ethical issues. These psychiatric patients falls under the vulnerable group.
No, what is the ethical issue?
Suicidal tendencies, suicidal and ideations. So those type of things. We are, so we cannot give placebo.
No, that definitely you can't do, and no ethical committee will allow you to go ahead with this. You can't be giving placebo to...
I agree that.
So how do we...
overcome it? In that case, we are keeping psychotherapy.
No, we cannot do a study which is unethical. So there is no option of...
No, we are restricting the severity of the disease. We are limiting ourselves to the mild and moderate cases, so that it will not enter into ethical issues. So to conduct the control study, we cannot give placebo, right?
So we will have to give them some other medication which is equal.
So what ma'am is saying is homeopathy and homeopathy plus psychotherapy and only psychotherapy?
Only psychotherapy.
Yeah,
so we couldn't do it like that. If you're planning to study a particular drug, instead of giving only placebo, you can do head-to-head trial. You can give one drug to one group, to the other group you can give another medicine, and you can see the benefit of the medicine if that's what you're trying to study.
Yeah, that's what I want to know that, because when we go to these ethical issues, they blindly say that you give control group with psychotherapy, the other group with psychotherapy. So is that ethical to follow it?
Is that ethical to have only psychotherapy and no medication in one group when you're doing an
You're going to give psychotherapy to the control group.
Psychotherapy alone, no medication.
That shouldn't be an ethical dilemma, no? They don't have illness, right? The control group.
No, they do. No, they do.
They have depression.
So they are all mild and moderate. Yeah.
Just an example is depression, that we are facing that problem.
See, you are going to lose that much time, right, if you're going to give psychotherapy and no medication when it's homeopathy. Control group has depression.
Yeah. So mild and moderate cases of depression in both the groups. So control group having only psychotherapy and the intervention group having psychotherapy and homeopathy, or maybe homeopathy alone. That's the case.
Yeah, I think the real issue is the experts are, who should answer this are sitting on that side of the room, because we are all clinicians, and for us, I think we're always looking at, okay, this is my patient and what can I do, right? So when it comes to research, I'm not sure we have the expertise to answer this question.
Right, thank you so much. So I think we can take Dr. Nidhi's question now. Okay, all right, sure.
Yeah, Doctor, to answer your question, if psychotherapy is okay for that level of depression, mild to moderate, if we know that psychotherapy is also effective, that shouldn't be an ethical dilemma. You can try that. And after the duration that you have waited and you don't see improvement, and then your protocol is to add medication, then you would go ahead and add medication to them. Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am.
All right, yeah.
I have two questions now. One is...
Now you have two questions, earlier you had one, but one coming from there. Okay. All right.
Yeah, just
go on.
That in such a study like for suicide ideation study, for even if one case actually commits suicide, then what will be the legal repercussions for us as a researcher?
As a researcher, no. See, all said and done, there is a risk of suicide given, the underlying medical conditions or the psychiatric illness, or even with all precautions being taken, you can have committed, someone who's been successful in committing suicide. Now, the point will be, like I said, we are documenting it, we have done all that has been required. If there is negligence on our part, where we have not made the family aware, or we have not informed them that there is still a risk and you need to go through all these things, you have to be vigilant and you need to avoid all these things, then we are answerable. But having done all that is to be done, if there is still an inadvertent situation, then we are not going to be held responsible for that.
And if I can just ask this, is there a certification course for healthcare providers to develop a skill on this? Like what all needs to be asked, or what documentation needs to be in place to offer this kind of a therapy?
See, we don't do it that way, but generally whoever is doing this is already qualified. No, he's already a psychiatrist or he's already a clinical psychologist. So they already have that training for that many years and they are qualified to do this. So you are registered under the medical council. You are answerable.
Right. So okay.
Yeah.
Ma'am, would you like to take a question? Yeah, we'll come to you next after Dr. Nidhi. Oh, you're still framing your question, is it? Okay, Dr. Shanti Adhikari.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon, all of you. My question is, as a homeopathic practitioner, during case taking collection of the symptom to reach the semi-limam, he collections the sort of symptom from intrauterine history to the patient's complaint, like past history, family history, all madam also earlier told, miasmatic diagnosis. Any previous literature like P.A.D. Smith, importance of the past history, and Elizabeth Wright, brief study course in homeopathy, he also, several authors in previous literature evidence that homeopathy practitioner should be a psychotherapist. But what is all of your opinion, because you are a clinician expertise in this field, is there any difference between the homeopathic practitioners and psychotherapists, or any added expertise do you need as a psychotherapist on the part of the homeopathic physician?
I think Dr. Madhuri or Dr. Babita can answer this best.
Definitely a knowledge of psychology is extremely important, because we need to understand also why the person is behaving in a certain manner. There's also something called functional fundamental standards, because if you're going to compare what the person is doing to what is functional there, only then you know the difference, whether what that person is doing is normal or beyond normal. So a lot of knowledge of psychology definitely is required. Otherwise our case taking will fall short, and then we will not be able to identify the disposition, and then what we'll do is we'll just list down the symptoms and we'll repertorize and we'll prescribe. So you may get an immediate relief, but a long-term cure is a little difficult if you don't know this knowledge.
So it's like not only case taking, but also the counseling, the psychotherapy that you can offer will also fall short in some cases.
Definitely, because you will need, like you can't say refer, okay, ho gaya, abhi jao psychotherapist ke paas. You can't do that. Your basic counseling you'll have to do with the remedy, and then maybe at a point when you fall short and you say, okay, now I can't handle, I need to send to a clinical psychologist, yes, then you can do that. But initially, he is your patient and you will have to do a holistic approach for that patient.
Right, Dr. Madhuri?
Yeah, so definitely I think the most important thing is drawing that line, just having the knowledge to draw the line between what is, normal and at which point it is going into an abnormal zone, and you need to put in other measures of support for the patient. I think for this reason, if you are handling the majority of, psychiatry, psychology cases, it is always important to get that knowledge for yourself, because even the point at which you do the referral to the psychotherapist or to the psychiatrist or to whatever other support you're getting for this patient is extremely important. Like we have seen, even just in today's presentations, whether it's an adolescent or it's an adult and say it's suicidal ideation, you might get it in your history, but at which point are you very confidently going to say, no, this need not be referred right now? Or, you cannot look back and regret and say, no, this was a mistake. Right? So for this reason, I think it is very important for all of us to upskill on these subjects.
Right, so identifying the referral points basically, only that comes with your extra knowledge that you would get with your extra.
Psychology has got included into the syllabus.
In homeopathy curriculum?
The first year syllabus?
Very basic fundamentals. There's hardly any practical training as of now as far as homeopathy are concerned.
Okay,
So I would say
but
5 years training of psychologist and 5 years training as a homeopath does not make
Equate.
equivalent to a 5 years of
Yes.
psychologist. We should have a psychologist on board.
Which is true.
yes, definitely. But basic psychology knowledge, I think, is very important, even to get your case taking properly. Even to get your case taking
And that
properly.
is the purpose. The homeopathic syllabus currently has got just the basics to get the
Yes.
the case taking done, but to give it a therapeutic application
Right.
is missing in the homeopathic syllabus.
Right. Because if you know psychology, you take a case properly, and the case well taken is half cured.
So we may be having the approach, but probably to have that knowledge as well is something that we need to upskill.
To add a point here.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't know anything about homeopathy. As I said, I know about it for the past 2 days, but I am very much mesmerized and impressed by that is for sure. Having said that, yes, whatever knowledge you have it will be useful for the assessment level. Till the assessment level is what I feel, going by whatever I heard from the homeopathy doctors here and my friends. So after the assessment, if you want to use psychotherapy as a component of integrated intervention, definitely you need a little skilled, more experienced, trained professional from that particular field. Because, for example, we all say that we know yoga, right? And I can't become a yoga therapist just because my client needs yoga intervention, isn't it? I know the benefits of yoga, but it would be safer if I refer my client to the yoga therapist. Similarly, music therapy, we all know that music is very soothing and relaxing, and when I have a very stressful client with me and I tell her just listen to the music all the time, it won't help. There is a therapeutic intervention strategies which a music therapist or a movement therapist can only give. So in such cases, it's very important to have that respective field expert in your seat. That's it.
Right.
And I think, so I think that is also the major takeaway we want to have, from the session, that an integrated approach is extremely important, right? That you bring in whichever type of care the patient needs overwhelmingly at that point in time, whatever type of intervention it is. And secondly, that it is extremely patient-centric care. You take it on a case-to-case basis. We've already individualized, we've taken the case, and at that point to say, what out of my kitty of integrated medicine can I pull out for this patient to really improve in terms of health and mental health, right? So that I think needs to be our big takeaway from here.
Great. So I think we have one question from YouTube chat. So if Dr. Thana, you can read it out, and then we'll go to Dr. Nidhi for her question.
So we have received a question from YouTube from one of our participant, from Dr. Dipti Gilla ma'am. This question is from Dr. JC ma'am. So Dr. Dipti Gilla ma'am is asking, how often should the serum serotonin test be done in OCD patients to determine the response to intervention in a research study?
I don't know the answer to that question, honestly, and I'm not sure if we are doing it on a regular basis here right now. So these are studies which have been done to show that there are implications, but for research whether they are doing it on a regular basis and how often it needs to be done, I'm not aware.
But in clinic, how often do you test it?
In clinics, we are not testing it. So in OCD, when we are looking at improvement, we are usually looking at the scales of, the severity scales, to what extent that has changed. So from the previous assessment to now, what is the improvement that we
So there are
have seen?
biomarker indicators for improvement.
So definitely, and definitely in our clinical settings, the costs involved with all those things and patient consents, we don't do it practically. So in the research setting, I'm not aware how they do that.
All right. I think we can have one last question perhaps from Dr. Nidhi. Oh, we have one more. Okay. Maybe that will be the last one then. Yeah. Okay.
Ma'am, we are doing a project on internet gaming disorders. It's a new topic, upcoming problem which is being faced by everybody, especially after COVID pandemic. And as every student was studying on mobile or tabs or computers. So one question is that in such scenario, like if a student has to study on computers, so how can a parent keep a check? Like, are they studying, they are playing games or whatever they are doing on the computer? I mean, parent cannot always keep a check or their eye on them. So it is very difficult to control like 11, 12 student because they have to study, and in coaching is also through online. So how is it possible to keep a check then? Number one. Number two, like one country, I have read that it has drafted a rule that kids for up to 8 years can will use mobile only for 40 minutes in a day, and then 8 to 12 years will use for 1 hour, and 12 to 18 will use for only 2 hours in a day maximum. And that mobile will not be given to the children from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Timing is also fixed, and if they flout this rule, the parents will get the punishment. Yeah, it's just like by the government. It's just that like that rule we have in India also. Like for minors, if they are driving scooty or car when they are not allowed. So in that case also in India also parents get the punishment now. So so that country has decided this draft law. So should it be also applicable in our country then? Is there a need of this rule here?
Okay, so that's very interesting. I mean, we will have to look at something like that in the future because otherwise there is no accountability. I mean, where is like we were discussing earlier, if parents themselves are convinced saying, listen, this is my only option and I'm just going to do it no matter what. I'm not thinking about the consequences of what is going to happen when my child is an adolescent. Like today, for a 2 or 3 year old, if you're allowing them to be addicted to gadgets, what's going to happen 10 years from now is what we are thinking as healthcare professionals. But they are not necessarily thinking, they're just like, I'm problem solving right now, right? So it is going to be, we are going to have to adopt policies like this to, going forward, but implementation is the key thing. If it's a country with a small, population, it is.
It is a country which has second largest, now we are the first.
Wow, okay.
So that was the first one earlier.
That's, yeah. So I'll hand over to you. I think it is going to be extremely difficult. But the other thing that you came back to, the other point that you made about, how do you limit in 11th or 12th grader, how do you limit screen time? So two things. One, of course, parental controls also we would question there, because while you can lock away a lot of devices under parental control, especially a teenager would have figured out how to work around the parental controls. They're probably like experts at hacking, Yeah. And the more the thing about AI is, the more we build in to protect. There are that many more ways it will find to actually break through, right? And especially 11th, 12th graders, that's a big risk. right? So that's one thing. But I think again coming back to building an alternate activity list. So for example, to say ki 2 hours you're going to sit in front of the device, right? And then next is you're going to be training in badminton, or like you have to do your athletics, or you need to be doing some other sport, and your class is done. So I think even practically what we see is the ones who have very scheduled timings, right, where you're saying, okay, you've done your work online, now you go off to this class, then you're doing something else. Look, young brains need to stay occupied, and need to stay occupied in a way that is very, very rewarding. Like, nobody wants to read books anymore because it's so like one-dimensional, right? But it's very, at the same time, if you watch a movie or they're gaming, it's very stimulating, right? So are we giving them an activity, an alternate activity which is as stimulating to the brain, right? So we find that creating routines, creating charts, it seems very taxing on the youngster that, oh, you have so many classes in a day, you're learning so many things. But with this generation, we find they need that sort of stimulation, right? They can be multitasking, they can be going from one class to another in one single day, learning guitar, they go to a guitar class and then immediately go off to, even, for example, gym training. But it's that actually helps them stay very balanced, right?
Can I just add a point here? The only mantra here is start young. Don't allow children to develop it as a habit or a conditioned reinforced behavior. We all know that, we are all aware of it, even village folks know that gadgets are not good, right? So when we know that, why are we not working on that is the question. So the onus is on adults of the society now, rather than looking at children as problematic children. So catch them young, train them young, educate them young. The second thing is, whenever you ask a child in behavioral modification and parenting styles, we teach this. Whenever as a caregiver, if I tell my child not to do this, I need to tell the child what to do in that time or in that place, right? Just telling that don't do that will not help anything. So always, the moment you want your child not to do anything, come up with a creative activity, because any creative activity will make a child feel good. So there is the same feeling actually we are having when we see the children playing also. That is the second one, what to do when you say not to do. And the third thing is, start making children get into some hobbies from a very young age. It's very, very important. Physical activity and play should be mandatory part of their growing up. If you take care of these 4 things, other things fall into place automatically. Level of the society, playing doesn't cost you anything. Gaming gadgets actually cost you something, isn't it? No, then again you take the support of the family and the community and the neighborhood. Someone should become a social activist there, at least. Okay, someone who is aware of all this, take the initiative. We always encourage that whatever happens at the societal level is always very impactful. So in the neighborhood, talk to the mothers and tell them, turn by turn, let us make our children play with us, something like that. You need to come up with something. Yeah, motivational.
Right. So I think one last question from Dr. Suhana, and then we'll proceed for the next session.
Yeah, thank you all of you at the outset for the 2-day wonderful sessions that we had here. So we are doing a project on specific learning disorders. It is not yet initiated, but all the approvals are through regulatory approvals, and we are in the final stage of getting the approval from the state government of Kerala. So we are planning it in the government schools of, government and aided schools in the district of Kerala. So as in your previous presentation, you have mentioned that early intervention would be the best. In the early ages, if we catch them young, then only a certain level of modifications can happen, and certain impact we can do with the treatment. But when we looked at because since this is a research study, we need to have proper diagnostic assessments to actually diagnose SLD. So when we went through literature search and all, the diagnostic test was an enhanced SLD index as per the RPWD Act. There was no other diagnostic tool that we could come across that is used in India. And that is for the age group of 8 to 15 years. And so in a way we deliberated a lot, me, myself and Dr. Vinita, who is another investigator in the study. And then we were actually forced to fix the age group as 8 to 15. And we actually wanted to go for early intervention. But then is there any such tool that is available which is applicable?
Yeah, no, but with SLDs, that is the age group that, where you will be able to diagnose, because earlier than that you will not be. But I think it is still a very good model to go ahead with.
Okay.
Because, see, as for SLD, one, they have to enter mainstream academics, right? The child has to enter mainstream academics, which is, you're assuming between the age of 6 and 7. Right? That is when they're actually in school, because until then it is still largely informal based education that will be happening. And at that point, from even when we see a child in the general clinical setup, SLD is diagnosed only after the age of 8. Right? So even then it is early intervention.
It is correlate, it is like directly proportional to the scholastic backwardness. Then only somebody realize that child has a problem.
Because only after they enter the system, then you're going to recognize that there is a lag, right? Until then it's not even being assessed even at the school level. But even then, in SLD, even up to the age of say 8 to 12 years, the remediation can be very effective. Homeopathic remediation, you will get very good results, right? Because when we talk about ASD, then we talk about early intervention as being 2 to 5 year age group, right? But for SLD, this is still an appropriate age group.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I think.
Okay, because we've done a project on SLD in government schools back in Bangalore. And that's the age group I think everybody follows, because the handwriting, comprehension, math. So they have specific things like there's handwriting, there's math, and there's dictation, there's reading, and there's comprehension. So before that they will not be able to do all this, right? It's that age where they can actually, they're supposed to write a story, they're supposed to do some math calculation, age appropriate. So that's the time you can understand, but we actually did a project for 100 children. And we got very good results with the constitutional remedies, homeopathic constitutional remedies.
In our study, we are having homeopathy as well as special education and OT. We are integrating all this into it.
The combination of that, I think, will be very good to give you very good results for that.
Thank you.
Right, so talking of combination, I think our combination of resource persons has also been very good. So we had with us homeopaths, cum psychologists, clinical psychotherapists and a psychiatrist to cover various domains of mental health in various perspectives and approaches. So it was wonderful to have your experience and your knowledge that you shared with us, and I think it was very practical hands-on things also that we were able to do and connect to as professional and as a person. So I think our Dr. Madhavi and my discussion or our chance meeting really ended up giving us a lot of knowledge, and I really thank Dr. Madhavi for all the efforts that she has been doing ever since I think we talked back. I think it was when? I think it was in August sometime, or yes, and we were planning it in October, so we were not even sure. I was yet to get all my nods from our seniors, but we still kind of saw it, and we kind of felt that it's going to be really good outcome, and so it was. And thank you so much all the resource persons for this initiative. And I think we have the results of a lot of feedback that we have taken from our delegates who have not still given us our feedbacks on the respective sessions. Please complete your feedbacks now, because I know once you're out of the room, then the feedbacks will not be done. So please do those, because but thank you so much for all those who have responded. So most of the responses have come to us with a score of 4 or 5, which means that the sessions have been excellent. They strongly agree with the content and with the presentation styles of the speakers. So thank you so much for that input, delegates, and the resource persons for the knowledge. And but I would still request 1 or 2 delegates present here to volunteer for the overall quick feedbacks. 2 delegates probably, if they can give quick feedbacks, and then we can wrap it up for the valedictory session. two volunteers from the delegates. But I'm not sure. I mean, it can be, it's just a volunteer, so I cannot pinpoint that, okay, you, so it would be really nice for this resource persons also to hear it from you as a, as an overall this thing. Yeah, Dr. Roja, please. Yeah, thank you. Can we have the mic handed over to Dr. Roja once, and then if we can have the second speaker. Oh, okay, all right.
So, thank you so much for this wonderful CME program, which kept us. Okay. Thank you so much. I think it's okay, fine. Yeah, we got an opportunity. It's a wonderful opportunity sitting in Portblair, Andaman, with so many good ecosystem, good vibes, and with the very important topic on mental diseases. And the topics are quite prominent and the need of the hour, which definitely is a big social cause for getting all the problems which you are facing in day-to-day life. And this schedule, I think, was very nicely done, which kept us connected. Otherwise, learning a psychiatry lesson, learning a organal, we all definitely will sleep within few minutes of listening to the lecture. But these lectures, the nice deliberations by the speakers, resource person, kept us awake, made us aware how to be connected, how to face the challenges which we are as a working woman, and with so many responsibilities in office, in workplace, and also at home. How we can cope up, how we can overcome, how we can handle the situation with mindfulness in all the aspects. How we have to keep ourselves aware of day-to-day things going on. So this was a wonderful session which I must appreciate and congratulate to the organizers, to the team, for making us exposed to the wonderful experts. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Devdeshwari. Thank you so much, Dr. Roja.
Thank you so much. All the speakers really excellent, and they are opened up and they shared all their practical experience, because we both are coming from National Homeopathy Research Institute in Mental Health. We are having experience in that, but still this integrated approach which today and yesterday we were having. So thanks for organizers and bringing up such an excellent persons, expert persons, and you are very free to talk to us, and you have given your valuable experience in all this in interactive sessions about the mindfulness, and we are able to relate ourselves personally also, and this information which I am taking away is very useful, so that I can implement to my patients and for our institute. And all the sessions were very wonderful, and it is very practical, and it was really excellent. So it is very informative. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhuvneshwari. Coming from you, we take it even more wonderfully. Thank you so much. And I think now I would like to call upon CIU Portblair team to take over for a valedictory session. And thank you so much, resource persons. You can take your seats now. And I request Dr. Shanti Adhikari to come over, and Dr. Nargis Anwar to take over for the valedictory session.
Yeah,
and also,
thank you so much, Dr. Harleen, for everything and for putting this together. And thank you, Dr. Shanti, for all your support. And thank you all. It's been absolutely amazing for us. Something so different that we are also doing, have a room full of, when Dr. Harleen first told me, said they're all homeopaths, they're all researchers, that scared us. We walked in the first day yesterday and we said, let's go and see how intimidating the crowd is. So thank you all for being so receptive, because you are all experts in your field, you've all been working clinically, so to be open to even listening to the ideas has been very nice for us. So thank you for making us comfortable.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. Thank you. Dr. Nargis now, please. Good afternoon, everyone present here. I hope we had all a wonderful time in sessions here. So any event which is organized or which is not complete without the participants. So I would now request DG sir, Dr. Subhash Kaushik sir, to please come on the dais, and Dr. Shanti Adhikari sir to please come on the dais for the certification process. And while sirs are seated, I will take a switch on the language. We have been speaking English. I'll say 2 lines. मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल पर, लोग मिलते गए और कारवां बनता गया. So this was the thought process for CME, and it inculcated, we got grouped together, we came here, and here we are. So we'll begin now. Shall we? Okay. First, Dr. Rainu Mittu ma'am, please, for the certificate.
आप उस तरफ आते
Dr. Bhuvneshwari ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Dr. Devdatta Nayak. Dr. Varanasi Roza, ma'am. Dr. Lee. Dr. Lipi Pushpan. Dr. Ashish P. Shivadikar. Dr. Divya Taneja. Dr. S. Karunakar Murthy. Dr. Karthikeyan. Dr. Bharti Wadhwa. Dr. Harleen Kaur. Dr. Suhana Piaziz. Dr. Deepti Singh. Dr. Nidhi Mahajan. Dr. Ashish Mahajan. Dr. Partha Pratim Pal. Dr. Sonia Raizada. also. Dr. Veerankar Rajashekhar. Dr. Poonam Kumari. Dr. Swapnil Ekamnu. Dr. Shiva Prasad Gali. Dr. Shashi Giri. Dr. Elijah Mahar. While I announce the next name, I'll take 30 seconds or 45 seconds of your name, of your time, because this person who's going to receive the certificate is Ma'am, लेंगे मैम मैं ले रही हूँ डॉक्टर बैदुरिया भट्टाचार्य भट्टाचार्य जी सब तो सही नहीं ठीक है बोलती हूँ गिरते हैं शेर सवार मैदानी जंग में वो क्या लिफ्ट गिरेंगे जो घुटनों के बल चले This team CRU Portblair, I'm sure, has not slept in the last entire week, and now I think they're going to sleep only tomorrow after we are all gone back to our homes. So let's hear it from them. Maybe we can give them a standing ovation. One standing ovation they deserve. Small staff of 9 people made it work like anything. Right from our stay to the food, to the trips, to the leisure trips that we are having. We have been coordinating with all our airport pickups, our transfers from here to there, our food, our sleep, our everything. I think I needed thoda sa fruits. That also they are coordinating. So they are coordinating so many things. Thank you so much. Dr. Shanti and team, really appreciate it. Small people of 9 people staff handling about 50 people. Huge applause. Dr. Nagesh Ranga, Dr. C.M. Shaheen, Dr. Tanya Chatterjee, Dr. Purnima Rani. नहीं मैम सर आपकी सर्टिफिकेट डॉक्टर स्मृति दास, डॉक्टर सबिता जय,
Join everyone for the group photo now. We can have 4-5 chairs. You're a resource person, please. बच्चे हैं यहाँ पे? जी है। ठीक है।
या सो मैं आई अनाउंस दैट। हाँ अच्छा ओके। This is a special acknowledgement to 2 of the shining stars who are sitting right there in the middle. please welcome Ms. Vedanshi and Ms. Devanshi for the beautiful performance in the day first. That shall not go unnoticed. Please welcome. And as I said, तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए.
विदांशी मैंने बोला था तेरे को इंट्रोडक्शन दिवांशी बोला था नहीं मिल
अभी तो माइक बंद था, किसी ने बताया भी नहीं. हाँ चलने दो, लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग में भी देखने को नहीं होगा किसने क्या काम किया. हाँ no no, but then this is the end of the year, like people, it's okay. Should we continue with the live streaming, sir, or should we discontinue the live streaming? Live YouTube. ठीक है सर, okay. So let's have Dr. Shanti, if you can join DG sir there. And who's calling out the names? Okay, Dr. Shayan, please. Dr. Deepti Singh, ma'am. Media coordination. In coordination with the delegates from CCRH. Live streaming and media. In coordination with live streaming and media, we are calling upon Dr. Deepti Singh, ma'am. Next is Dr. Suhana Aziz, ma'am. Dr. Nargiz Anwar. Dr. Divya Taneja is also there, no? Dr. C.M. Shaheen. Dr. Purnima Rani. Dr. Tanya Chatterjee. Dr. Smriti Das. Dr. Sabita Joy. Shrimati J. Snehalata. Mr. Sanjay. Mr. K. Dinesh. Mr. Sumit Poddar.
Mr. K. Suresh.
Every organization should have one Mr. Sumit.
for winding up the session officially, and then we can, so by the time we do this, we can arrange for the group photograph. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for the invitation. All of you, good afternoon. As we come to close the enlightening journey of 2 days with insightful discussions and enlightening presentations, I am privileged with a heart full of gratitudes of mind, enriched with knowledge over the past 2 days. We have explored the crucial topics related to the mental health and well-being. I would like to thank Ms. Usha Madam Ma'am, who illustrated the topics understanding and managing anxiety and stress, and her comprehensive overview of psychology of addiction, substance and device has given us many valuable insights into it. Thank you, Madam. Dr. Madhuri Madam then took us on journey through pediatric neurodevelopment disorder, synapse to society. Her profound knowledge has shed light on this complex disorder, emphasizing their impact on children and society as a whole, and her session adolescent mental health was a great importance. Thank you, Madam. Interactive sessions on mindfulness and well-being of physicians and impact on clinical outcome, led by Dr. Babita Jaipal and Dr. Madhuri Vaideshwar, remained as one of the importance of self-care of healthcare providers. Thank you. At J.C. Joseph Madam sessions on obsessive compulsive disorder deepened our understanding of these conditions. And Dr. Babita Jaipal Ma'am's talks on depression across the age highlight the importance of recognizing and addressing depression on individuals of all age groups. Thank you, Madam, again. In the final session last, Dr. J.C. Joseph discussed suicide prevention. This is a topic of great importance, and our expertise in this area has equipped us with knowledge and strategy to help this crisis. As we conclude the CME program 2 days, I want to express my gratitude to all our esteemed speakers for sharing their knowledge and experience with us. Your contributions have enriched our understanding of mental health issues and have equipped us to be the better healthcare providers. I also want to thank each and every one of you who participate in this event, as your presence and engagement have made this program a rebounding success. Let us take the knowledge we have gained here and apply it in our daily lives and clinical practice to make a positive impact on mental health and well-being. Thank you, and I wish you all continued success in your efforts and to promote mental health and care those who needy pupils. It is such an honor to be a part of this wonderful event. On behalf of the organizations, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest on 11th October Hindi workshop, Mr. Kuldeep Rai Sharma, MP Andaman Nicobar Island, and Mr. Purnima Bose, Deputy Secretary, Rajbhasha, Minister of Ayush, and Dr. Portblair Sharma, and 12th October inaugurated the CME, Director ANIMS, and also other eminent personalities in the Portblair. My sincere thanks to our DG sets who leading and inspiring us in working towards the goal of conducting the Hindi and CME this program. Thank you, sir. For administrative supports, and I would like to extend thanks to Mr. Sudhir Das and DK Das, and for Hindi workshop conducting Meenakshi Bhatia Madam for her guidance. And I want to express my special thanks to all organizing members, to my all CRU staffs and all including organizing teams to continuous hard work and on their efforts. And also special thanks to Dipti Singh from CCR's headquarters and Dr. Suhana Aziz for their input and valuable comment or helping us the live streamings on media related issues. And I would like to extend to Sinclair Hotels and supporting staffs for their nice hospitality and their supports. And also special thanks to Dr. Tania and Dr. Purnima for their untiring supports and for the digital creations and all those things. And at the last, not the least, Dr. Harleen Kaur, nodal officers from our unit, their extensive support and contribution, support and guidance. Make a big round of applause for Madam for this, for he put all this energy to make the events in successful. Thank you, Madam. Big round of applause for Madam again. Thank you. And thank you all for joining online as well as offline to making the event successful. Hope you are enjoying your stay at this island. Have a safe journey. Thank you again.
Dr. Shanti has been very receptive to all the comments and guidance what I have been providing. So thank you so much, Dr. Shanti, for being so receptive to my feedbacks and all. And it's a teamwork that we have made the CME a success, and we are going to do many more together. Right. So I now request DG sir and our resource persons to please grace the dais, and also I request us S4s, Dr. Renu and the Room also to take the seats, and then we can all arrange ourselves, rest of us can arrange ourselves to be behind or in front, we'll see that. So yeah, so you can be in the center please. These are 9 chairs, so you can be in the center. So,
Thank you all CCREs, organization and CCREs officers or all other across the CCREs research officers. Thank you for presence here. Thank you.
अभी नहीं सुना है डॉक्टर शांति अभी पोटली से बना नहीं बनेगा
We have actually had one goof up. We somehow misplaced Dr. Divya's memento. She had been coordinating Dr. Gangadhar's visit as a chief guest. Yeah, and then eventually we had to drop him off because of something, some reasons. But no, ma'am, see, you were there in the list. Yeah, for all the efforts that we have been doing. So once you are in the organizing committee, you are there. Why would we strike you off? So we are going to arrange the memento by the evening, but we request you to take one memento, hide it probably, and then get acknowledged for doing that. Yeah, take that one, ma'am. Requesting DG sir to please step down just for a moment. And Dr. Shanti, आप साथ खड़े हो जाओ. Thank you so much, and we are sorry for the goof up. And this is basically, we are kind of bribing you to get Dr. Gangadhar next time, ma'am. All right, all jokes, this is only a joke. Okay. Yeah, so requesting all the delegates now please to join the stage for a group photograph.
Please take them.
जल्दी आ जाओ संध्या, जल्दी आ जाओ.
यहाँ से पोडियम को मूव कर सकते हैं तो हम यहाँ पे खड़े होने की जगह हो जाएगी. वेरी लाइट वेट.
रुकिए 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 भाई.
We can use. Yeah. So we can.
We are still live. I'll just close it for them.
Is the camera here? Thank you so much all the delegates for your patience and your presence for these 2 days on 12th and 13th October. And our online viewers, we wholeheartedly thank you for being with us patiently all through the CME program. And this YouTube channel is going to bring you more events in future. And we thank you for being with us for the CME. Thank you all. Thank you one and all. Thank you.